Hello, everybody. Welcome to my first Duel Commander Gauntlet video. I, with the help of Duelcast MTG and Duelcom US, plan to take my frontrunner deck for the Duel for Duels event, something that I've talked about several times on the channel already. Going to take my frontrunner deck right now, and I want to run it through a gauntlet of some of the strongest decks in Duel Commander in preparation for this event coming next month. My frontrunner right now is Cloud, as I've been playing a lot on streams lately. This is my current deck list, very similar to my last stream, with a couple of new cards from The Hobbit, like the Queen of Dale and Keely the Resourceful. But something like this, with maybe a few edits, and over the next month or so of testing, is something that I really want to play at the Duel for Duels event. So, rather than just mindlessly jamming more leagues and more streams, I wanted to test against some really quality Duel Commander players and some very targeted matchups. So we're going to be playing against Quintorius, Aragorn, Tifa, Tasigur, and Brigid. It's hard to say what the best decks are, given how fresh we are off of the recent bannings, but I think these are 5 of the better decks of the format. 5 decks I would definitely not be surprised to see across from me at the table. So we're gonna just run through the matches, do a little decompression after the matches, talk about how we think the matchups go, the dynamics, the important interactions, stuff like that, to help both give ourselves and maybe give the viewers some tips about our decks. And stay tuned on their channels as well, Duelcast MTG and Duelcom US. They are planning to do similar gauntlets like me with their decks. And if you like this content, and you want to see more of them, you feel free to leave a like, subscribe to the channel, subscribe to their channels as well, obviously. And comment down below if you want to see different decks through the gauntlet, you wanted to see Cloud versus different decks in a secondary gauntlet, stuff like that. Let me know how it is. And without further ado, I will be back with round 1. Welcome back. We are here with round 1 of the Duel Commander Gauntlet. Here we are playing against Quintorius. This is a matchup that I find a little bit difficult with Cloud. I think it's one of the worst ones. It's a big reason I'm playing Cataclysm over some of the other get-in effects that we have available. Now, this hand has a lot of good tools. We won the die roll here. We have a new card in the Queen of Dale, which I think is pretty good in this matchup. Disruptor Flute is incredibly good in this matchup. This is definitely a keep. The Quintorius matchup is all about trying to find exactly what your game plan is. In a similar vein to like kind of the Azusa strategy of old, where it was like Hand of Vecna, and when Hand of Vecna doesn't work, pivot to like Skull Clamp, aggressively dig towards your Armageddon effects. In a similar vein, Quintorius is much about, like, you have the Skull Clamp game to dig towards your Cataclysm, but you are also a sort of Fire and Ice deck to try to punch through a wall of 3/2s. Formalware is a little bit hit or miss here against Red-White, given that it's, an exile color and a non-exile removal color. I think the main centerpieces of your equipment package with Cloud here are going to be Skull Clamp and sort of Fire and Ice. Oh no. My Skull Clamp. And that's, well, so what have the other planned for, I suppose. Now, we really want to develop here. The City of Traders makes things interesting. It means that Cloud gets better. It means that we could potentially go for, like, Jite. Jite is still pretty decent at manage. Like, Jite double triggers with Cloud. City of Traders also makes me kind of want to cast my Tide Taker or my Queen of Dale a little bit less, because it means we can double spell on turn 3 with them. And just play a... Whereas if we just, like, go Plains Queen of Dale or whatever, even though I think it's probably the best card to cast here, then we can't necessarily double spell with... We could still Cloud plus Flute, though, which is probably good enough. I think I'm going to just play the Queen of Dale. And if there's a removal spell, we're probably going to loot away this on Thin Ice. Quintorius is very creature light, generally speaking. You will sometimes see mid-range versions, but a lot of the time you'll expect to just see like the pretty stock control versions with, 10 or less creatures. A lot of the creatures don't matter too. The anti-counter spell creatures. We'll probably go Cloud Flute. Maybe there's a world where we go Tithe Taker Flute, but probably not. We want to start lining up this sort of Fire and Ice, I think. Ooh, Drum is nice too. Yeah, we're going to definitely loot away this on the Ice. Do they also have removal spell for Queen of Dale, perhaps? No. Cool. So we can attack for 3 here, go City of Traders, Springleaf Drum, play Cloud. We will have to run our Disruptor Flute into a Mana Tithe, but we have to do that regardless. And we get another trigger. We'll have a big board if he really wants to go slam Quintorius. I will say we do have to be a tiny bit worried about, like, a Wrath effect. There's a world where we could get Formulaire here instead, but we still have the ability to rebuild from a Wrath. We can just literally cast Cloud again, even. So I think I just want to threaten with the sort of Fire and Ice. Quintorius, History Chaser. The Bolt really makes me feel like we're going to get smoked by a Wrath here or something. Just a shenanigans. All right. We get another loot. God, this is a little bit of a tough one. I think I'm going to discard this Tithe Taker. It's maybe starting to get a little bit greedy. If we get swept up in a Wrath or something. Well, I guess discarding the Tithe Taker is also good with the Formulaire, so... I like the March, because the March can pop the Talisman or potentially pop the Hole, and let me draw 4 cards. First outing of this Queen of Dale, and it's been very good. The Bolt land means that we have incoming second spell here. Conspiracy Theorist. Fascinating. Is this a... If his last 2 cards are exactly Solitude white card or like Pyrokinesis red card, then we might be in trouble. But other than that, I feel like we're about to take him to the cleaners here. I'm just gonna slam it. I'm gonna leave my City of Traders in play and just tap a 1/1. We can't really attack into the 2/2 anyway. No blocks allowed. We get 2 triggers, kill the Theorist, and hit face. Draw. Do I want to play Urza's Saga? I don't think I do. I think we're either getting Wrath or we're winning the game here, so... And if we get Wrath, we just get to rebuild with, like, Formulaire Stoneforge stuff, so we want a little bit of extra mana. Yeah, milling shenanigans, like, bringing back the shenanigans this one just, like, isn't gonna matter. We just have so much damage output. We would have 7. Is this a Wrath? This is a Quintorius. This is... I think just game over. Oh, that's nasty. Yeah, whatever. I think this game is over. I don't think this Quintorius can pull a rabbit out of a hat here versus a protected cloud. You need to find Solitude or like white removal spell, but then also have to deal with the Queen of Dale and the Sphere of Tokens. Maybe I should have discarded the planes. I forgot how recruiting worked. I think I'm just gonna march this. I'm trying to play around with Solitude here, right? If he doesn't have Solitude, I win. If he does have Solitude, what's my best avenue of victory? And it's probably just cast Strike Force and probably hit Quint. One, two. 1, 2, 3. Play land. We'll always have 5 mana regardless, whether or not we want to blow up our city, which I think we kind of do at this point. Also just deals more damage, so let's send this at face. And if that doesn't connect, then we'll just deal a bunch of damage to Quintorius. Actually, we're just going to go face. He's at 8 life. If this is Solitude on Cloud. Alright. We take game 1 here. I mean, that's exactly what I was talking about. Is we had like a very good aggressive hand, like a lot of fast mana to pair with the Sword of Fighters, which is very good. The Queen of Dale went crazy. And that's just, if that plan starts to fail, if we'd had a little bit less of an aggressive start, or he had like a little bit better controlling start, then we start to pivot towards maybe we're supposed to like march the Portable Hole and draw 4 cards, try to find the Cataclysm, stuff like that. But we happen to have a very strong hand for that game 1. All right, we have another one of our all-stars for the matchup in Wintermoon, denying mana. His hand just seems great all around. Obviously, we're on the draw. It's going to get a little bit more awkward. My sequencing here is going to be tough to figure out exactly how I want to start this, but this is definitely a keep. If I lead with Pride, it's just so likely to die. But it also... Ghost Vector's not that good in this matchup. It can be effective against some things like shenanigans and such, but it's a little awkward to try to play when they have Quint on board. If I lead on Ocelot Pride, I just never get this Springleaf Drum into play. If I play the drum now, then my creature is free, but it's less... I don't need the Wintermoon super early. I think I'm just going to play Pride to maximize my ability. There's a world where we want to like play the Duke first, try to protect the Pride, but I don't think it matters terribly. I think we just want to put as much pressure as possible here. Which means, hey, answer this thing or lose the game. This Crystal Vein is definitely scary. If there's like a turn 3 Quint on the play, then we're in trouble. I might have been wrong when I said that this wasn't a turn 2 Wintermoon moment. I think I'm just going to play Wintermoon on turn 2 here. Ocelot Pride did not get answered, notably. So we get our guy. Hello? Just making sure I didn't click through my main phase or something. Let's Wintermoon this. Get our cat token. I wonder if he has another land. This was a Mold of 6 from the opponent. But like you probably wouldn't want to reveal the... I might play different if you had just played a regular land and then you had the Crystal Vein the following turn. It's a Static Person on the Moon. This makes sense. But we have, notably, delayed the Quint a little bit at least. Oh, he's stuck on lands completely. I see now. That's very good for me. Well, let's spew out a bunch of cards. Springleaf Drum, Cloud, go get something. Play Duke. What am I getting here? I think it's just Skull Clamp. Well, there's a 1/1 in the way, so Fire and Ice is a little bit worse. We do have 5 mana. We could just get Jite. I think just getting a Skull Clamp is pretty great for me here. He's stuck on mana. Even if he has a Wrath here, would it have to either be like a 3-mana Deafening Clarion Wrath, or, you know, pop your Crystal Vein to cast Wrath of God or whatever, and then we're very ahead still. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Tectonic Edge doesn't do anything yet. We can play this land, hit City's Blessing. Let's just draw 4 cards, huh? It's kind of funny if he has a removal spell here that then protecting Cloud with Duke actually inhibits me from Skull Clamping. Maybe I actually shouldn't have tapped Cloud because of that. Alright, never mind. Everything's fine. A Demi's a good one. Plow's fine, I guess. We have 3 mana left. I am going to just hold up a Demi plus Plow. I guess I could play the Ghost Vacuum out, but I don't think it would do a lot. I don't think it's very important. There's a reasonable argument that I just want to hold up this Plow. Even if I don't end up plowing anything. Make 2 cats now. It's another land drop. Are we getting Wrathed now? Fetch Plateau, just rip a Wrath. We have a Demi to prevent that, which would be insane. I guess that's another reason to hold up that last mana, huh? That holding up a Demi actually does something. White, white. Uh-oh. Oh, whoa, 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 hang on. That one's a little bit harder to a Demi, huh? Fair enough. I think we can maybe coax him into something here. If he activates the Parallax Wave right now, we can, I guess... Well, let's see if he takes the bait. If he then targets the Pride, then we can a Demi and just pressure the Parallax Wave heavily here. Do I want to do that? I think I do. We just, like, tax a ton of the Parallax Wave counters. Because it's just one more. It goes to 2. Kind of, like, want the Duke to get eaten, too. I don't know. We have so many cats that we're still kind of fine. Sacking this makes P-Wave go to 2. Then as upkeep, it goes to 1. I think I'm going to sack it. F6 now. We just clamp Duke now that he's useless. Do I want to Tectonic Edge? I guess I can answer that question later. We have Cloud here, though. We can't do anything with Cloud that's too impactful, so I think I'm... But I don't think I want to set Cloud again, because I think I want to start getting, like, equipment on him. At the end, our hand is full of garbage, but it is full. I think we're going to start by drawing a card, drawing 2 cards. We only have 5 mana here, huh? Yeah, I guess we can't Tectonic Edge if we want to play Cloud. Notably, we can also position ourselves for Sword of Fire and Ice now because we have an answer to this 1 Spirit token, but we have to wait until this Parallax Wave ticks a little bit further down. Would I rather... If I had anything better to do with the rest of my mana after Queen of Dale, I would like to play her. Oh, wow, that's aggressive. We're just trying to clean up the board as much as possible for a Quint. Keep the last counter on it because you don't want me to get back the Pride. In that case, we're definitely playing out Cloud here. We can't actually tech edge him off of playing the Quint. We could, like, tech edge Queen of Dale, Ghost Vacuum, whatever. Getting the Winter Moon back the next turn, too? Oh, jeez, that's brutal for him. I think I'm going to play Cloud, go get Sword of Fire and Ice, and cast Ghost Vacuum, I guess, and then discard this Gemstone Caverns. Why are we doing that? Just killing tokens, then gonna wrath me afterwards? I feel like my play with a Demi was not correct. I feel like I should just, like, let those 2 things get eaten. It was just like trading a Demi for a counter, which was maybe worth it. Four, five, six, seven, eight. We do technically have lethal in play right now. Alright, well, wait. No, this is fine, yeah. That's not inhibiting me from lethaling you. That one was always allowed. Are we Winter Moon Wrath of Godding? Winter Moon Split Up? Yep, there we go. Why do we sack the Untimely, or sack the Dwarven Ruins? It's fine. I'm going to leave Cloud in the graveyard. He costs 6 mana, and I have a Ghost Vacuum, so if I ever actually want to put him back in the command zone, I can. But if I draw, like, Formal Wear or some other reanimation effect... I'm gonna put Pride under the Vacuum right now. Do I just suit up this cat token versus 2 cards in hand? Oh, with Rever Mantra, I think I definitely do. It's time for the beatdown, little one. Go forth. Bang, bang. And we don't have anything else to do. I could put the clamp on the cat. Draw 2 cards if he gets killed, but then if he kills the Sword of Fire and Ice, then I just lose my board and draw 2 cards, which... If he kills the Sword of Fire and Ice, do I care about having a cat token in play? He's at 5 life, so I think I do. I don't think I need to draw more cards. I think I'm fine. Quint. It's gonna be tough here. He needs to find, like, a shenanigans or something. Where we have lethal plus a Reverent Mantra right now. Red blockers ain't gonna do it, which, you know, Quintorius is good at making red blockers. That Ghostfire Slice would have been nice, but he can't cast it. Wonder if he needed to cast the Ghostfire Slice instead of the Quintorius. Maybe if he's sitting on a different rule spell, he thinks he's safe. He's gonna get KO'd by this Reverent Mantra. Go to combat. Dead? Alright, we take those. Bang. And now we're gonna hop on a quick call, decompress about the matchup, chat about gameplay heuristics, etc., etc. Hello.
Hello.
So those were some games. Huh?
That when Duelcast MTG talks about Quintorius not being good, this is it. That's it. That's the only instance where I can agree with them because I truly believe Quintorius has a shot in that matchup.
I think so too. Yeah, I've felt that Quintorius is like a little bit favored versus Cloud in my experience. I have
Yeah.
tweaked the deck a little bit and have gotten some new good cards, but we didn't like see Strike Force or like Cataclysm show up. But we saw Queen of
Yeah.
Dale. Queen of Dale was crazy.
Queen of Dale was insane. You were just able to throw out so many 1/1s, and then like Sword of Fire and Ice feels kind of like the best workaround in Quintorius because yeah, sure it doesn't get rid of the white removal or maybe the mono white creatures, but like the spirits are red.
Yeah.
The burn spells are red. So like that eliminates half. Like I had Ghostfire Slice and I had to discard it because
Oh,
it's
okay. I was wondering about that. Ghostfire Slice is colorless, so you could have killed my cat with it.
it is devoid.
Yeah, it's got
But
devoid.
I couldn't cast it.
You couldn't
Is the other aspect.
you couldn't cast it plus Quintorius. But if
Right.
I was
So
wondering
I
about that.
guess I could have done that instead of Quintorius.
Treaded water for a turn, but it's like your full turn, and then I
But
still have a full deck
yeah,
of cards. You're a 5 life.
yeah. I think in that matchup, if you're on Quintorius against Cloud, I think you have to be very like focused on removal early.
Yeah,
Like
it felt a little bit. I know Duelcast has some beef about Quintorius because it has a lot of bad cards, which is correct, but it sometimes has like the draw the wrong half of your deck syndrome. Um,
yes.
and in matchups like that, I've identified as Cloud that you have like 2 different roles in the match. I compared it kind of
Mhm.
to Azusa in a weird way, where like my Azusa lines were
Yeah.
like, all right, step 1, you're gonna play Cloud, you're gonna go get Hand of Vecna, and you're gonna like beat them to death. And if that plan fails, if something happens, they answer your thing, then you pivot to plan B, which is repeatedly Skull Clamp until you find Armageddon. And it's a similar heuristic in Quintorius where your plan A is like Cloud, Sword of Fire and Ice, your best equipment in the matchup. Like you said, helps you attack
Right.
through like the 3/2s, protects against a lot of the removal, kills them really fast. And then if your board gets answered, you get controlled a little bit too hard, then you pivot to like Cloud Clamp value, dig for your Cataclysm, blow up the board, that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was a you should just do that in Pennsylvania. Do
I hope
that
that my hands
and
in Pennsylvania are that good. Both of my openers were very good. You had like a multi six a game too. That was
I
uh
had Multi Six both games.
oh, there was a multi six game one too. I didn't see
Multi
that.
Six game one, and I put back a Pyro Blast, and I was
Yeah.
like, ugh, this doesn't work. But in a blue matchup, it's great. Like
Mm,
just
yeah.
thinking how weak Quintorius is to certain matchups is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it was definitely like the games play out super differently if you like have two or three removal spells to
Right.
stymie early game threats. I'm sitting there planning out like okay, my Ocelot Pride's gonna die, and then I'm gonna play Clown, I'm gonna do this, and then Ocelot Pride doesn't die. I'm like, well, this is suddenly a different game of Magic.
Yeah.
And
So I was like, okay, how do I get rid of the Oscillate Pride? And then you played Winter Moon, and I was like, okay, I need to get rid of that.
yeah,
That's gonna kill me.
yeah, I had I had some very above average draws, and you had a little bit of below average draws. So it was maybe not the best single match litmus test, but I think I'm pretty confident in like this is probably one of the matchups in the entire format that I'm most confident in because I've played both sides of like the matchup
Yeah.
so much. So
That's going into it. I was just like, this is probably the worst setup for me because I'm very familiar with Quintorius. I know what I'm doing, but man, do you know what you're doing better than me? Like you have a full lockdown of like the ins and outs of Quintorius. Now, the only thing I kind of thought was like, well, it is my Quintorius list, so there's a slight difference,
hmm
but not much. I mean, I run pretty much everything else. I think the two biggest cards that are different in my deck are like I run Armageddon and Crucible of Worlds
yeah.
because I feel like that just Crucible Worlds is a 3 mana engine piece.
Yeah, I had
And
Crucible in like some earlier Quintorius iterations, so yeah, it's definitely a reasonable card.
and then the other one that I run that's not in typical list, I think, is like it was in a lot of early iteration. I'm not sure if it still is, but Gao, the Feral Youth, is something I've
Yeah,
been playing around
I
with.
know you play a few more creatures than the average Quintorius list
Well,
does.
so I actually from Dallas, I cut down a lot because I went to I think I'm at 17 right now, which is kind of near the average. Um, I think the average right now is like anywhere from 12 to 20.
Yeah, I would have guessed like 12 usually, a bunch of like non-creature creatures, or you just play like
Right,
Land Cycler, Solitude Fury, Flage, Simian Spirit Guide, Squee, and that's like most of your creatures, and like the anti-counterspell creatures.
right. But yeah, well, that's the Quintorius matchup. Just do that. Just do that
Yeah.
9 times out of
Uh,
10. And if you don't win in that kind of setup, man, I someone's cheating. I think at that point because man, that you just destroyed it.
yeah, we
And
had
I mean, there's really nothing I could pull out there. I think like Parallax Wave the first game kind of gave me a little bit of hope, and I thought, okay, maybe this is something. And then
yeah.
nope, it did not last because you had you had the Duke where I was like, okay, I can pile around, I can target the Duke, make him target the Oslet Pride. Okay, there's a Spider Man. Okay, he's going. Okay, yep.
Burned down a
Like,
lot of the parallax wave counters. That it does showcase like a lot of people are like not to go off on another tangent, but like some people are like ban parallax wave. It's so good, but like sometimes it's much worse than casting Wrath of God.
hmm and then like Split Up didn't do as well as I wanted it to because you were able
Yeah,
to keep a cat
it
and
missed the cat
just didn't.
token.
The stupid sword of fire and ice just does what it's supposed to do. All right, I'm looking for our next matchup. I'm getting the list.
Yeah, I'll wrap up this recording. So I'm gonna hop out of this call real quick, and we'll set up.
Sounds good.
So that was round one. We got a clean 2-0 against Quintorius. matchup, obviously, like we talked about, very small sample size. This isn't meant to be like a thorough, play 5 matches against the same deck, deep dive analysis, 15-hour long video or whatever. Um, just a little sampling. I've played Cloud a lot. I played Quintorius a lot, so I definitely know the ins and outs of these matchups. So I've this is like my most comfortable lane here, and we had some really powerful aggressive hands with some of the best cards in the matchup. We had strong 1 drops into like incredible, like our best 2 drops, right? Winter Moon and Disruptor Flute. Even if we didn't find like our best card in the matchup in like Cataclysm or Strike Force, which we found game 2, but it didn't end up mattering, or game 1, whatever. Um, but yeah, we've talked about it at length already. We've identified, I think, a lot of the cloud play patterns when you want to go for your different equipment, which is one of the most important things about cloud is knowing your proper tutor sequencing. So we will be back shortly. I guess on the video it will be instantly for round 2, which is against Tifa. Welcome back. Here in round 2 of our Duel Commander Gauntlet, we are up against Tifa. Now, Tifa is a deck that I feel like I want a lot more reps against. This is just not a matchup that I'm super comfortable. I just like haven't played against it a lot. It's very threatening. Can threaten very early aggression. One of the main reasons I have Shadow Spear in the deck right now is out of respect of decks like Tifa and Light Paws, and I want to be able to get a little bit more reps here and testing to if Shadow Spear is worth the slot basically. Now looking at this hand, we have no removal, which is a huge red flag. But we do have Reverent Mantra, which does keep you from dying for a turn, generally speaking, because it all creatures gain protection from chosen colors. So you can Reverent Mantra pro green to prevent Tifa from getting pump spelled. I'm trying to figure out if that's enough. We have on the play turn 4 Jite equip with like Cloud Keely Jite, which is I guess the same as just Cloud Jite Jite. Backed up by with Esper Sentinel specifically. No removal spell with turn 4 against Tifa. I think we can do better on a Molda 6, I'm going to say. Alright, well, I don't know if we can... well, we kind of have 2 lands here. It's a little awkward, but we definitely have 2 lands. I think this is keepable on 6. Disruptor Flute on Tifa is really strong. We have Shadow Spear in the hand, which is okay. We don't have a removal spell really to pair with it. Yet, but it means that the Cloud's free to go get Jite, the other most important card in the matchup. And going to 5 sucks, so I think I'm going to keep this, and I'm likely just going to Enlighten Tutor for Ancient Den, which is kind of awful, but we have to do what we have to do. And then we can maybe like Mana Tithe a 5-mana Tifa down the road. Of course we can't. Does that mean I want to Mana Tithe this, or just answer the Tifa later? Issues if I Mana Tithe this, then I have to like upkeep, get Ancient Den, and then the Tifa thing. He might not Tifa on turn 2 and expose it. I think with this hand, I do want to Mana Tithe this. I think I'm going to upkeep Enlightened Tutor, which is so god-awful. Enlightened Tutor for Ancient Den. Play Bodyguard. Maybe I'm supposed to play Shadow Spear, actually. So if I have like 1 mana removal, well, the Tifa can't protect itself for free. So it's not a big deal. Nice. No second land that can tap for mana is great for my Disruptor Flute on Tifa. It's approximately a 0% chance he blocks, so I guess I attack. Yeah. It's like very minimal reason to cast this upkeep, but if there's like a Nature's Claim, I guess. He does have the 1 mana here. And now we have Cloud for Jite. We do have to be worried about other big idiots. This is not as scary. There's like an energy one that I'm thinking of that I don't remember the name of that's very scary. It's like 3 mana, 2/2. When it deals damage, you gain that much energy. And you can like pay 6 energy to like draw cards equal to its power or something. So it's just like absolutely nuts if you pump spell it. But yeah, Sandman a little bit less threatening, certainly. Trying to piece together if I want to draw 4 cards more than I want to play Jite here. Sandman's gonna be a 4/4, potentially be a 5/5, but like Cloud fights that pretty easily. Especially we have Bodyguard too. Yeah, we're just gonna Cloud Jite, I think. That's gonna. This is dangerous if he has a Shatter, I suppose, and Cloud just gets bricked. But drawing 4 cards puts me so much further away from actually like getting the GTA Online and this board under control. This is 4 mana here, but obviously you can't just like cast Tifa. It's not going to do it nearly enough. Ice Till. Alright, that one's pretty good. There's the second land. So how do I want to attack here? Do I need to proactively sack the Bodyguard and just pump all the counters in the Ice Till? Mill, Adventuring Gear, and Crop Rotation. Let's see what we draw, I suppose. Could always change the outcome of something. Well, that's not very helpful. um... Sandman is going to be a problem. But, like, so is this Ice Till. I don't think I'm allowed to just let this Ice Till go, but what happens when I GTA up the Cloud, sack the Benevolent Bodyguard for pro green, attack, kill the Ice Till on the next turn? I'm just staring down this shifting scoundrel. I guess then I just have to ram Cloud into it, get a bunch of GTA counters, and like hope that I can just recast Cloud after that too. Okay, that's probably fine then. I'm gonna just equip both, gain a little bit of life. It's pro green. I should have maybe done this before I committed all my mana, huh? In case there's some really weird spell that I'm not thinking of. Tail Swipe, maybe? I don't think Tifa plays that. What the hell's this? They changed the interface on this? Yeah, I think they did. Oh god, what the hell is this? Why do I have to click so many more times? That's terrible. That's so bad. That's debilitating for a Cloud player on MTGO. I've never seen that before. They did very recently do an update on Magic Online to make combos smoother. Oh, fuck, I'm stupid. Why did I not think that there was going to be a hexproof card coming? I'm so dumb. What was my plan if to beat a hexproof card, though? I mean, I could have done some upkeep, minimum, like, reduce 1 mana at least, but... I think we're just gonna get fucking clowned by the Sandman. This command beacon too means that like Tifa can come back even if he doesn't have 500 mana. He is kind of out of cards at least. It's just going to be a lot of lands. Attacking. This feels really aggressive. Cast a 5 mana Tifa. What do I want to draw? Sword of Fire and Ice, I guess. Most of the equipments would be like really strong draws. 5 mana Tifa. Reconsidering. Saying go. Alright, that's not bad. That's very bad. That's why we're attacking. Yeesh. I can't even... The equipments are gonna phase out. I can't even, like, re-equip to the Giver. That is brutal. Build of Legolas's quick reflexes at least, thank God. I think we have to... We might not have to block here. I think we're gonna just get murdered. Really regretting my decision to not go grab Skull Clamp. It's tough though. It's hard to know that like this is how the game was gonna play out. I think we're just dead. I guess maybe the Cataclysm that is... I shuffled it away, so it's not at the bottom of my deck anymore. Drawing Cataclysm could probably get us out of this. That's maybe my only out. It may not even work. The Mossborn Hydra might be too big. Yeah, this thing's like a 8 million, 8 million. Yeah, I think we're just hosed here. I can't even block this. It's only 13, right? Yeah. I'll go to 1. Yeah, that ain't gonna do it, Chief. Alright, well. I definitely played that game poorly. I wonder if no, I'm dumb. I'm really dumb. The play was like don't equip the Shadow Spear and like actually use the Shadow Spear for the thing that the Shadow Spear was meant to do, right? And prevent hexproof. I just like totally blanked on my opponent having mana that turn for some reason. That was entirely on me. Do we win that game if we manage to kill that thing though? It's still a pretty brutal turn. Hard to say. All right, now this is a hand. It's much more exciting than my game 1 hand. Just a bunch of removal spells. This is the exact hand you want against Tifa. You don't even need to go get Shadow Spear. We need to go straight for Jite, because we just have so much extra protection. Okay, that's fine. I think I might even let that one live. We'll see. Yeah, unfortunately we didn't have that on turn 1, but can't complain. I'm gonna let it live. I doubt he activates it on turn 2. It's like very mana hungry early game. It's obviously very good as you start to like bridge towards the later game when you can hold up your protection, your phase out thing. Just go to or fetch lands, etc., etc. But if he's just like doing that on turn 2, I feel like that's completely fine for me. And we can just instead spend turn our turn 3 like killing stuff and deploying GTA and setting up. Maybe it is a activate Elvish Reclaimer Angle. I almost want to kill it in response if he fetches here on end step. He might just be holding up something because he's scared of my ability to like turn 3 GTA if I have Sigarda's Aid or City of Traders or Crystal Vein here. Then I could threaten that way. If I just oust this, he probably just Talon Gates. This could also be like, but just Besagus and stuff. I think I like holding GJ in hand because it protects it a little bit. Like the investment to play to like hold up like a Besaju or some other effect every turn is like pretty high here. So if I just start deploying other things in the interim, then I think I'm pretty happy. It's just a question of mana efficiency. I do kind of want to target this. But if I do, I think it's just going to get phased out. So do I just let him cycle? What would he even get that's threatening to me? Am I just going to cast Cathar Commando and do nothing? And then next turn I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana, and I can play Equip Cheat and play a 1 mana removal spell and a Solitude. That's, yeah, alright, I've kind of talked myself into it. I could pretend like I'm holding up Cathar Commando activation as if that matters. Again, there is an argument for just like Solitude and the Reclaimer in response. I think it's pretty blown out by a pump spell, though. What does this get? Is there a land that I'm not thinking of that's like really good for Tifa that he just really wants in play right now? Or is it just like for value? Just like get a okay land. Maybe get Mazavith? That could be problematic. Maybe I was supposed to Solitude in response. How do I beat a Mazavith? Oh, nope. Just getting value. I still don't like Solituding in response. If anything, yeah, because the deck, again, like we talked about, has so many pump spells. The Solituding, or not pump spells, protection spells that the Solituding in response could easily just get blown out. I guess there's an argument that I'm not supposed to play Commando at all because my other my other white cards are so good for actually killing things that I want to just use the Commando as Solitude fodder. This is an aggressive. Is this like crop rotation? I guess no, I have to play the Commando if I want the extra mana because the drum. We'll draw other white cards. I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, that's a nice one. Oh, shoot. Was I supposed to kill this halfling? No, I think I don't mind if my cloud dies here. I think I just want 4 GT counters. I can just recast the cloud to go get Skull Clamp or something. Target permanent you control gains hexproof and indestructible to end a turn, so we're just gonna block and kill the cloud. Do I care? I don't think I do. That's fine. It's not like I'm not dealing damage to it. I could have just maybe solituded there for free, though. I just don't think it really matters a lot. We just have a second creature into play that we can put the GTA on. We have the ability to recast clouds. So getting it killed in this matchup isn't always a bad thing. Sandman. Sure, we can exile that. I think I'm just going to pitch this Manitize, honestly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. 6, technically, because I have the solid. I can use the Solitude to tap the drum. Oh, so I can actually Solitude, tap drum, equip, and then still play Cloud Main 2. This seems great. If this... Okay, this can't be a protection spell because this is a tap land. So yeah, we will do this. Pitch this. Exile. Tap this. I guess I could have always done that, right? Because I could have just played the cloud first. Doesn't really matter that I'm getting cute. Go get him, Cathar Commando. Just fetching for expediency's sake. I still hate this. I hate this so much. It's going to be so rough when you have to, like, gain a bunch of life off your GTA. Oh, whoops. Can't cast that. Now we can. Yeah, we usually do with 4 counters on it. We don't really care about hexproof things. We're just going to go get Skull Clamp to rebuild if we need to. If this GTA gets killed by, like, a Boseiju or something. And we need to recoup our card advantage. It's arguable. I guess maybe I should have just gotten Sword of Fire and Ice. Just have a second GTA. Trying to think of a way that we lose this game. There are 3 cards, man. There's like no way we lose this game. Yeah. Two cards in hand. I'm just wondering how many times I'm supposed to like pump this. I don't think I care. We also have the Mind Stone now that we can like we can like flicker the portable hole and eat the Tifa repeatedly, or flicker the cloud and go get more value, even if the Skull Clamp and the GTA get answered. I think we're pretty safe here. Yep. 4-mana Tifa? Do we have lethal through 4-mana Tifa? I'm feeling especially confident if you tap like that, yeah. We have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think we're off. I think we have like, we're threatening like 14 damage potentially. Yeah, I'm just gonna repeatedly kill it. Just play it safe. This is such a terrible... Gotta click through like 2 more things. Yeah, that's probably good enough. Just in case. Got our Harnessed Mind Stone. 6 GT counters. Maybe we should pump once more so that Cathar Commando holding Sword of Fire and Ice was lethal. But again, it's this game's ended. Yeah. Alright, now we gotta win on the draw. It's gonna be tough. We really want to hand like the one we just had. There was just like 3 removal spells out the gate. Those are the types of hands you really want. The draw is where you want to lean on Shadow Spear the most because it's harder to get to the GT point. So you might have to just go like turn 1, whatever, turn 2, Cloud for Shadow Spear, turn 3, Shadow Spear, plus have a removal spell for the Tifa, plus have the ability to Shadow Spear to turn off a hexproof thing. But it's very, like, game dependent, obviously. If we might have, like a Sigarda's Aid or a City Trader's Hand, and we want to go for GT anyway. Yeah, I think this hand's a keep. We have the City Traders, which is we were just talking about. We have removal. We have Recruiter for removal. Alright, no turn 1 Dork is huge for me. Ooh, and we draw a turn 1 thing to play. Again, there's an argument that we want to be keeping a white card in our hand down the road for this for like Recruit Solitude here. Because I think my plays are probably going to be like turn 2 Mindstone Portable Hole, turn 3 maybe we have to recruit. I guess maybe we can just Cloud for... Does this do anything really? It's a guy. It protects Cloud from... Like, it can protect Cloud from like a Talon Gates or like a Maze of Ith. Like a small, like a Legolas's Quick Reflexes trigger, trying to kill it. I think there are enough arguments to play it here. Interesting choice of wild growth targets. I mean, I guess those might be his only lands. I wonder. So now we have to think about the risk. No, now I think we just play Cloud instead, right? Well, let's see here. 4 cards in hand, has a ton of mana. Is it really worth portable holding the Elvish Mystic, though? If I play Mindstone Portable Hole Mystic, then he just has 3 mana off the get-go. I think if he had any other land, he would have played it instead of this, like, putting this on the Shire Terrace. So he might be a little land light. I guess we could also portable hold the Wild Growth, but... I guess that might actually be better, huh? Because it's harder to answer a Wild Growth than it is to answer this Elvish Mystic. If we miss on white card, if we portable hold this Wild Growth and miss on white card for the Recruiter, we'll be untapping with 5 mana. because we'll have land portable or land the Mind Stone, and then we can play City of Traders, recruit a 2-drop. But do any 2-drops beat a Tifa? I don't think they do. Drannith Magistrate is. Oh no, we can't recruit that anyway. Yeah, I know that I'm about to concede due to inactivity, Moto. Give me a second to think. But if we just play Plains Cloud, and then next turn we have the ability to go City of Traders, GT, play Equip, get potentially try to get 4 counters. We do also have the option in that position of just City of Traders, Recruiter Solitude, Portable Hole Tifa with Solitude backup and have 2 removal spells for the Tifa. I think I like that better. If we had another white card or something, I'd be a little bit more into it. A different play. Is this an angle? Am I confident enough that this is a Shadow Spear angle, maybe, actually? We have some premium removal spells in hand. We have a path forward here, right? The Mind Stone is is an endgame scenario. Maybe it is. Maybe it is a Shadow Spear angle. If that was the case, no, then I don't have the ability to have a removal spell if I Mind Stone Portable that turn. If I lose this game to Shadow Spirit, we're cutting it. I'm rage cutting it. I'm just getting to add my deck immediately. There are more lands, for now at least. Problem is we're only going to have, if he has 2 protection spells, we can't. Oh, no, this is kind of fine. Oh no, we play City of Traders here. And then beat 2 protection spells, right? As much as I don't want to play City of Traders, because City of Traders is really good to getting towards the Mind Stone if I play it like slightly later here, but I think my objective here is to not die. And if my objective here is to not die, then what happens if my opponent has 2 protection spells in hand, and but they have to Ghost Quarter themselves for these protection spells? Am I going to lose the game to a follow-up Tifa if I play the City of Traders out? No, because then the following turn I could play Recruiter, go get Solitude, but then I have to pitch the Mind Stone, which is really awkward, and then we are going to like die to like the 3rd Tifa at some point. Huh. I think I should have attacked for 1 last turn, and then like should be attacking for 3 this turn and just trying to aggro my opponent down. I do instantly lose the game if my opponent has 2 pump spells, huh? Well, not instantly. My opponent needs like a land after that. And then it goes to 6, and then it goes to 12. Maybe I'm fine actually. Maybe I can get away with just playing the land Shadow Spear Portable Hole. Because if he has pump spell and if protection spell and then we negate it, and then he has to Ghost Quarter himself, go cast another protection spell, down to 1 card in hand. Tifa's 3/2, draws to 2 cards in hand, can make Tifa 6 power, but that's it. Would need like pump spell plus land drop would probably kill me. Pump spell puts it to like 7, land drop 14, 28. It's like a million. That's a lot to ask. And I think the City Traders is kind of important. We do get bodied beyond space time if he has exactly Vines of Vastwood, but alright. All according to plan. Is there ever a reason where I would want my Cloud of Expert for right now? I don't really think so. I think I should have attacked last turn, and I'm going to attack this turn and just hope that we draw a white card so we can like Mind Stone, recruit Solitude, and then set up for like Mind Stone portable hole game winning. I think that's kind of my path forward here. If we don't draw a white card, we're in a little bit of trouble. Shit. Fuck. What the hell is my plan now? Like, recruit, Solitude this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, and then it's just like land drop cast Tifa a third time, and we're just like gassed out. Ugh. That is not good for me. Missing on white card there is pretty brutal. I mean, I guess we don't have to try to kill this Tifa right now necessarily, huh? Is that too dangerous, letting my opponent untap when I only have 1 mana? Probably. I probably do actually need to kill it now. Maybe if I had played City, it's safe. God, her hand is just so bad. Opponent's sitting on a bunch of ways to pump up their Tifa. Need to hope that they like miss a land drop with 6 cards in their hand. Dang. Cast 6 mana Tifa, and then we need to. We got a lot of good top decks in fairness. Every single removal spell's live. Stone Forges and Sky Claves and sort of Fire and Ice and Jite and all that good stuff. Skull Clamp. But I think this Tifa is going to murder me if I don't top deck it out exactly right now. Shit. Think we're gonna die. So this gives me extra 3 toughness. This gives me extra 3 toughness and lifelink. So we'd rather play the THC. THC could also inhibit like another like fetch land. Not that it matters, I think. If it's just like pump spell, fetch, we're just gonna take like 800 damage and die. Or pump spell, land, fetch, we're just gonna die. But he doesn't know that. I guess he does if I tap out, huh? So I'm not allowed to equip the Shadow Spear too. I mean, I don't think there's any chance he doesn't go for it, but I think tapping out is just gonna kill me, yeah. Not tapping out also gonna kill me. Not a great showing for our Shadow Spear. Granted, I think if we just like draw any white card in the entire deck or like don't flood out horribly, then the Shadow Spear does play there. I'm curious if he had like, but we could have just had Jite instead, potentially there. That's a tough one. This is definitely a little bit stemming from the inexperience. Yeah, we're gonna get hit for like 40, whatever, 28, 56 damage or something. Maybe I should have saved the Solitude. Maybe I should. When I missed the white card, maybe the play was like City of Traders, Recruiter, and just. But then he just Rancors the Tifa and like commits a tiny bit, and I probably just have a Solitude anyway. But there's a chance. Could have gotten this Thalia up to 5 power, which could almost have just killed the Tifa in combat with first strike damage, huh? That would have been kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't have anything. Tough. This is definitely something I want more reps with. before I make my decision on this Shadow Spear, but not a great first showing on this card, certainly. Let's chat about it. All right, how's it going?
I was so nervous at the end there. I was like, he has something. He has something.
I wish.
He's not 3 turns in a row.
Yeah. So the big L that game was I was sitting on the Mind Stone, and I was like, I need to draw like literally any white card on my deck, and then I can just recruit Solitude, pitch a garbage white card, and play the
Mm,
Mind Stone out and get to like Mind Stone Flicker Portable Hole over and over again on Tifa, but then we just kept missing.
mm.
I just like flooded out really badly. There's also a chance that like Shadow Sphere just wasn't the correct pull there, and I was supposed to just get GTA or something, but it's
I
tough.
think GT is a better pull because if you have portable hole and then you can just smack with GT once or twice with Cloud, you can just keep removing Tifa and like
Yeah,
in
but it depends a
response.
lot on what you had. If you had just like a protection spell in hand, then it
I did. I had
becomes a
two.
yeah. Then it gets
Yeah.
really ugly.
I also had the dude that I can flash in, give +2/+2, and all my commanders have hexproof.
Yeah.
Um, so that was kind of the at the end there. At the beginning one, the first one I did, I was like, cool, I can tap, sack, tap kind of thing, and have 3 mana, and then cast Guardian Augmentor, save Tifa, or I have Tamio safekeeping, or I have Embiggen if he goes for GT. And then you went for that for Shadow Spear, and I was like, crap, I can't. Tamio's safekeeping doesn't even do anything.
Yeah. I
Um,
think the Shadow Spear was good. I think it was just like the drawing literal no action for
yeah.
3 turns after that, because I was sitting there with two removal spells kind of rolled up. And if we draw
Mm,
any white card in the first 2 turns, then the recruiter gets online for Solitude, and then we
mm.
can just win with the Mind Stone as the end game. But I just like missed several times. I think Shadows were like from the sound of your hand. I think I probably am dying that game if I just go for GTA. I think I'm just going to die to
Yeah,
protection spells. So like that's those are the positions you do want Shadow Spear in the deck for. So it's good to get this
right.
information at least.
Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna become a Tifa player now. I guess that's what I'm gonna do, huh?
It's a good deck,
Uh,
certainly.
yeah, I like shout out to Marmot Lombada, I think is where I grabbed the deck from on MTG Top 8.
Yeah.
Great deck build. I literally looked through MTG Top 8 and I was just like, find me a deck with Sandman. Because I feel like Sandman is one of the most underrated cards in a Tifa list that can just win you the game.
Do you pivot to
Like,
Sandman in like high removal spell density matchups?
ah.
I know that was like
So
a
okay.
I know that was a Loomer thing. We're maybe getting off topic, but
No, I think this is great because like if you're a Tifa player, this is great information. And if you're going to Pennsylvania, like you want to be able to like anticipate the swap, right? I think what I do in my Tifa deck specifically, and it's a little bit different. I have the oh my goodness, why the troll? What is the stupid
Thrun, the
troll's
last
name?
troll.
Yeah, not the last, maybe not the last troll, the one that's a 5 mana, indestructible, can't be the target.
Oh, the 5 mana
It,
one.
that's yeah, it's the newer one, and it's probably the worst or maybe the least best one. But I feel like in a control matchup or where they're just targeting, it kind of just sets you up of like you're already mana ramping for Tifa, so much so that you just like here's 5 mana on turn two,
I, mean, I think you
play
could
Grun.
probably play like the 4 mana Thrun instead in that position, or
Yeah,
like Hit Monkey Thrun with
hit
haste.
monkeys. Hitmonkey's not a bad one either. I know. I think I saw a video where like Nakia was also like a swap too, in some matchups where you just like or Sirach. Oh no, Sirach is the answer. If they're targeting hard, you go Sirach.
That makes
You
sense.
have to
But
have a good amount of creature base. But I actually lost to a guy who trophied because he swapped to Sirach on game 3, and it caught me way off guard.
yeah, I've definitely
So
done that playing Nakia before.
that's the answer. Swap to Sirach if they're playing high target spells, or if you're going against like a Quintorius, maybe even like Sirach might be a little bit better. But Tifa, I think, just outpaces Quintorius, as you may have caught in the other Gauntlet part of the video, where Quintorius is just awful. No, did I did I sound like a dual cast MTG there? What's
Close.
his little do whatever his little opening is?
But yeah, I think with the death of 2099, the Sandman pivot's a little bit worse because a lot of the control decks will have like white cards, and then if your Sandman
Yeah,
gets exiled, you're not getting like infinite value off of it. But
yeah,
regardless, that was definitely a very informative match. I like I want to be mad at Shadowspear because I didn't win the game that I like had a good Shadowspear line, but that wasn't Shadowspear's fault. I think after, especially after talking about it, I think Shadowspear was the correct pull there, and I just needed my draws to
yeah.
just work with me a tiny bit more in order to get across that finish line. Like I said, the game plan was literally like, okay, we have the Mind Stone, and we have like we can just
Mhm.
flicker this portable hole, we can flicker the Cloud and go get GT, we can flicker Recruiter, go get more removal spells, that sort of thing. I just need to draw like
Right.
any white card in 2 turns, and we missed. It's like, okay, we'll just Solitude the Tifa, it's fine. Next turn, we just need to draw any action. We still have a bunch of action. More misses,
Yeah.
and that's just magic sometimes. That's what
That
happens.
is
But
magic, but I think it's also a good note of like comparing that matchup to the Quintorius. With Cloud, you're okay against Quintorius just slamming creature after creature after creature. With Tifa, you have to have the removal. You have to be able to just go, okay, Tifa can't stick around or I die. And I think that's the biggest like takeaway is like being Cloud is so versatile because you can swap that mentality up, but you have to have the right cards, and
yeah, and
it's a little tough without him.
I think the big thing here is that your decision on what your cloud grabs is really really important because you're generally
Yes.
only going to get one tutor against Tifa, whereas every other deck is kind of killing your cloud and you're going to cast it again and maybe even a third time, stuff like that. Tifa doesn't really care. Your cloud's just going to sit and play, so you need to make sure that you're correct when you're grabbing your GT or your Shadow Spear or your whatever, like because if
Yeah.
you get the wrong thing, you might just gas out. Like in the game one, I was making the decision of like maybe I don't get GTA, maybe I just get Skull Clamp because I need to like re up on cards. I was like, the GTA is probably just good enough, and then it was like very much not good enough, and it's like maybe I could have
Hmm.
gotten Skull Clamp because it just refuels your hand and also resets the cloud, right? So in that situation where I
Hmm.
wasn't like 100% under the gun going to die, maybe it's better to take a step back and refuel because you kind of need that because Cloud just doesn't die in the Tifa matchup very often.
Right. Yeah, because Tifa's just gonna one punch you. It's just gonna be okay. Here's a 15-15. All right, you lived. All right, I guess I'll hit you again for 15.
Yeah, it's
That's like the worst case scenario too. More
or
often than
like
not,
hit you for
it's that game three where it's like 28, where
yeah
I had the
56.
option to hit you to for 112 if I really wanted
Yeah,
to. But yeah, I mean that's Tifa though. It is truly just a force to be reckoned with sometimes, where you have to deal with it.
yeah, and I think the big lesson learned here is emphasizing your decision on Cloud. And I think if you don't play Shadow Spear, the decision on Cloud is a very smaller window of like pretty much always GTA. If you have a ton of removal spells in hand, sometimes it's Skull Clamp, but like always GTA. But
Hmm.
Shadow Spear does add that extra wrinkle that complicates the games in a way that like
Right.
maybe if I just like don't have Skull Clamp or if I don't have Shadow Spear in my deck and I just like blindly grab the GTA, it works out some number of the time in game three where the Shadow Spear doesn't. But I
Hmm.
it definitely felt like it was the right decision, and it definitely makes the matchup better. And this is definitely a matchup that I'm going to test more thoroughly in the coming month. This one in Light Pause to really stress test how useful Shadow Spear is, and if you can tag it with in combination with your other removal spells to keep yourself afloat in these matchups.
Right. Yeah, I think we can. I mean, I'm more than happy to help too. I guess I'm a Tifa player now. Maybe I'm just
Maybe you play
maybe I'm just been playing
maybe just
the
play
wrong deck.
yeah, maybe just play Tifa at Duel for Duels.
I mean, I have a Tifa deck. I have it in paper. It's not. It is one of the decks in my bag, so we can maybe on our in our cool little content creator space between us, the couple of us meeting up, we can practice Tifa. And I feel like I'm gonna play Tifa against you, and it feel really good. And then I'm gonna play Tifa against Andrew, Dual Cast MTG or whatever he's called nowadays, and he's just gonna wreck me. It's just going to be like, oh yeah, Tifa's cool. Anyways, here's Brigid and here's 15 million creatures. I guess you can't swing through.
Yeah, turn 3 kill you, and you don't have any removal spells
Yeah,
in your deck. But yeah, I
and I
mean,
just
if you're thinking about Tifa, I would definitely stress test the like heavy control matchups too. Those like
yeah. Well, luckily
blue
enough,
XX decks.
lucky for me, I get to stress test that every freaking week. Just beautiful. It's just amazing. Why do I only get 98 cards? All right, I am setting up Tasigur, my
All right,
friends.
I'm gonna set it up
I
for round 2 here.
those two,
Be right back.
those first two games were pretty quick.
All right, well that's it for round 2 here. Like you just heard him mention, we're gonna gear up for round 3 against Tasigur here in a moment. But yeah, that was a lot of good information. Where the Quintorius matchup was a lot of like things I already knew, and then like a match that kind of didn't go the typical way that the matchup might play out. That was very informative. We misplayed in game 1, but we also made that the Skull Clamp versus GTA play that I talked about, and then in game 3 we just kind of petered out as we saw there, and them's the break sometimes. A lot of good information. Hopefully, some folks out there are watching and learning as well. And I'll be back for round 3 in just a moment. Welcome back to round 3, folks. We got some Tasigur here this time. This is, I think, among the like the top decks of the format, I think Tasigur is the worst matchup for Cloud. A lot of tough stuff going on in this deck, and this hand is certainly not helping. These cards are both pretty good. I think Mindstone is low-key pretty powerful in this matchup, but I don't think it's powerful enough to keep a hand that has 5 lands in it. Alright, this hand's a lot better. I think we might even just, like, skip on the Cloud plan. We might just go, like, Duke, Tithe Taker, Saga Tithe Taker, and just try to, like, ride that to victory here. In a lot of matchups, you can mulligan pretty aggressively as Cloud because you have the ability to, like, Skull Clamp recoup a lot of the card advantage lost. Tasker's not one of them because it's very hard to both resolve and um, get the Cloud equipped with going through counter spells and removal spells and such. Do I want to? I think I do want to jam Tithe Taker into this. It's maybe a little bit aggressive for me to Saga, but Saga also means uncounterable Skull Clamp, which can also be very powerful. Alright, just a cut down on the Duke. That's fine. Much better for me than a Spell Snare or a Force Spike or some such. We are probably staring down a Tasker next turn. Is a chance that I want to use this window to just slam Cloud, huh? While we're behind a Tithe Taker and he plays a tap land. But I do lose out on some value. But do I care about value when, there's a Tasigur? I guess the window's kind of still potentially open next turn, too. One, two, three, four, five. I think I'm just going to make constructs. The Mirrex, alongside the constructs, too, can pump them up pretty well. To maybe even end up outsizing a Tasker or something. Yeah, no Tasker. So just leave up mana. Now we could Boots here. I just don't think Boots is enough damage. I think we just want to get our uncounterable You get tails ended on the construct? Okay. Sure. Get my uncounterable skull clamp here. Definitely not getting the... We're a little off of being able to ghost vacuum here, huh? Another game where we're kind of flooding out horribly a little bit. But we can pressure with Cloud here now. Potentially pivot to a Mirex plan, depending on how his turn goes. If he just goes like land, 2-mana Tasigur, not a lot of 1-drop removal spells can, or counter spells can hit Cloud. It would have to be like almost exactly like Wash Away or Subtlety, because he wouldn't have the ability to cast a 2-mana counter spell on Cloud. Granted, he could cast a 1-mana removal spell on it, but then I'm getting the Cloud value at least, right? I guess maybe it's a removal spell and Tithe Taker angle from him, but then I can also draw 2 cards. There we go. This is kind of what we expected. So now this is a Jam Cloud turn. And we grab Formalware, I think. But then do we leave Cloud in the yard? I don't think that's really unsafe. But just getting back a Duke and like recasting Cloud is probably fine enough. We could maybe just like sort of Fire and Ice is not good at attacking through a Tasigur. GT is not that good at attacking through a Tasigur either. I think just my best card is Formalware. We could potentially get our Tithe Taker clamped and Formalware back too. I think I'm just going to try to draw 4 cards though. See if my opponent has 1-mana removal. But yeah, I'm going to return to the command zone. Those are some good ones. Those are some good. And I mean, I guess March isn't that good. It's really hard to March a Tasigur. But like drawing 4 spells is pretty nice. We got March, or we got Unexpectedly Absent for this Tasigur at the very least. I think I'm just gonna discard a planes here and put the clamp back on the construct. We didn't draw any ones, which is a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. I mean, like, technically we could march the Tasigur and pitch, like, Formalware, Witch Enchanter, Keeley, and shove for 4, but that seems really ill-advised. Especially because it starts playing into, like, Dazes and Force Spikes. I think I'm just going to take my draw 4, discard 1. And plan out the next couple of turns instead. The Tithe Taker is at least making his life somewhat awkward. I imagine it's probably not going to live for much longer, though. But now he's got his first like full mana turn with the Tasigur up. We need to really start pushing the gas pedal here. Swift Reconfiguration's pretty nice. 1-mana answer to the Tasigur too. It's a little bit scary if he ends up having like Abrupt Decays or something. What's my sequencing here? 5 mana, so if I play Formal Wear, Swift Reconfig, that's my whole turn. I could Swift Reconfig attack, and then if he has, like, a way to remove the Swift Reconfig, then we still have Unexpectedly Absent, and then we could play, like, Keeley main 2 or something. So I think that's the best play, is to start here, and maybe it gets countered, but I don't care that much. I'm gonna play the Murex here. If I Swift Reconfig and connect here, and he doesn't do anything, I might just pass the turn. Dismember. Mental Misstep. Paying 2 life and a mana. 4 cards left in hand. That's just gonna resolve. That just how it be. Play Keeley, we get a free Skull Clamp equip, but it's not very good because I don't want to kill my Tithe Taker, and my other 2 guys have 2 toughness. If I play 4 more, I can't do anything else. It just gets back a Duke that isn't that good. I could, like... Keeley hold up Unexpectedly Absent? Probably not. I could Cloud again. Maybe Cloud again is okay. Forces some sort of... I want to, like, play something. I don't want to let my opponent just get Tasigur value. I want to play something that forces action. He's at 10 life here. I think just casting Cloud is fine. Just resolves. That's kind of terrifying. Maybe I just want Skateboard here. We're getting real close to a lethal here, right? This is 5, 6, 7. Skateboard like 8 with Keeley. We have Formal Wear for like a big burst of damage. Skateboard is a good way to like get through this task here to try to go for a lethal push. But lethal push is going to be tough in a bunch of open mana for obvious reasons. But the other option is just like I guess, just get Masterwork for the Formal Wear is probably great. But if the Formal Wear gets countered, it's not great, right? Sort of Fire and Ice is pretty decent. Let's get Sword. Something that pairs well with the Keeley is probably nice. If he mills, if he just like activates Tasigur, it's not the end of the world. We can just give him the mental misstep. If he casts like a kicked that one spell, then that's much worse for me. Look at your top X cards, X number of lands you have. Some consult the star charts or whatever. It feels like he's trying to tap for the hybrid mana here or something. Oh no, it's cast Rakshas's Bargain through Tithe Taker. Sure. Oh yeah, I guess you can't cast consult the star charts. So cost you can't kick it through a Tithe Taker. I mean, if we get Wrathed, Toxic Deluge sucks, but we draw 2 cards. Do we draw 2 cards if we get Skull Clamp and Contract blown up at the same time? I think we do. We might find out if we get that stupid Pernicious Deed card. Not literal Pernicious Deed, but like the 4 mana thing that pay X, destroy all creatures, and yeah, that one. Vicious Rivalry, thank you. Do I draw 2 cards? I do draw 2 cards. Do I leave Cloud in the command zone? Or do I put Cloud back in the command zone? I do, because I probably don't even want to get him back with Draw another 2 cards. We might be able to outgrind this. We get our 1/1. Sick. I don't really think I want to Solitude this. Just reduces my ability to aggro him down a lot. Four cards in hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. Formal Warbeck. The Tithiger is kind of starting to lose its effectiveness as he hits his nth land drop, right? It'd be nice this turn if I could. It might just be worth getting into play just because it's a solid body, good way of using my Formal Wear for the turn. I could even maybe Formal Wear Tithiger first, then play Keeley. I lose the draw card, but I gain the ability to protect the Keeley with the Tithe Taker. And then I could like move the Formal Wear onto the Spirit Token or something. That's a 5 mana play. I'd have 1 mana left over. Give back the Tithe Taker. I mean, Cremated? I hate this card. I don't know why it's in like every Tasigur deck. I just always get blown out by it. I don't even know if this is a blowout, though. I think we just Keeley here. Wait, no, I don't have... No, I do. I do have Storied. We're good. We have Flagstones. Storied is 3 historic permanents. Which is legendaries, artifacts, or sagas. Saving the Solitude and the Unexpected Absent, not hitting the Tasker also helps if we get Neoformed here. I believe Jason's list is on the Neoform Hullbreaker horror stuff. And at this point, like, taking out a commission for 1 turn isn't very good. He's got 9 cards in the graveyard and 1,000,000 mana. We don't take it out of commission if we're trying to, lethal him. Waterlogged Teachings. So I guess we get to see what he's tutoring at least. Is it just a removal spell? We might have a window here to do something. We'll see. We'll see what he gets. Instant or card with flash. Try to set up to kill me with like Jace and go get Consultation or Tainted Pact. Requiting Hex. Okay, we're just gonna kill Spirit Token, sure. Or maybe kill Keeley. Probably not. Blight. Gain 2 life. I could prevent him from getting 2 life. I could march my own Spirit Token here. Is there any way we can grab lethal if we do that? He's at 5 life. Sword is lethal if we can 1, 2, 3. He's got 1. I might actually do it here. We can untap Unexpectedly Absent the Tasigur, play Sword of Fire and Ice, equip to Keeley, try to attack for lethal. It's kind of risky, but the fact that he had to tutor a Requiting Hex and is Requiting Hexing the Spirit right now makes me feel like there's not another spell coming. This march isn't getting much better for me. I think this march might just be good as gain 2 life. Or, deal my opponent 2 damage, just like shock. We're gonna counter my march? That's totally fine with me. Yeah, deal. Okay. Great exchange of resources. He's fully tapped out now. Can we kill him from 7? I don't think so. Because maybe we'll draw something great. Who knows? I think we're like 1 off in a couple of ways. We have 7 mana, so we could Cloud, tap it down, form war here. I guess we could just start by drawing a card with Sword of Fire and Ice, huh? See if we find... I don't even know what we could find that would be lethal here. 3, 4, 5. Certainly not that. Unexpectedly absent this Tasigur. The issue is that he just replays it for 1 mana instantly. And then we're just in a shit spot again. If I Solitude it, he goes to 10, and then I can still not double equip anyway. Oh, no, I could. Yeah. Because I just pay 2 mana and pay equip for free, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. Yeah. Wait. No, this is lethal, right? Yeah, never mind. I'm stupid. I was not thinking about the land drop that I just played. I unexpectedly absent this. I free equip this, and then I pay 2 mana equip this, and then that's 7. There we go. I can do math. I figured it out. Found my extra 2 damage. I don't know why I was just totally blanking on that. Alright. That was a really good game for us. I think the uncounterable Skull Clamp did a lot of work. Saga is definitely one of your most powerful tools in the matchup. Vicious Rivalry is one of the most powerful tools in my opponent's matchup, obviously. That card is very hard to both play around and also to beat, but we managed to get enough Skull Clamp value before we got Vicious Rivalry that we were pretty safe. Also, the Tithe Taker token sticking around was also huge. Harkens back to the era where, like, we had 9 Doom Travelers or whatever, and if you got sweepered, you could just rebuild by putting your equipment on, like, the shitty things like that. But your equipment also get taken away in the sweepers, like Wrath of the Skies or Vicious Rivalry, so it's a little bit tougher. We need that extra piece of insurance, like the Sword of Fire and Ice sitting in our hand. Alright, I think this hand is below average, but good enough to keep. You don't, like I was talking about earlier, you don't really want a mulligan in this matchup. Your every card definitely counts. If your hand is like, we have a strong curve and a good Tasker answer to at least like delay this thing. At least put some pressure on the graveyard and stuff. So if we just go Giver into Cloud into Anointed Peacekeeper, we have a lot of annoying sticky threats that they have to deal with. Or value generating threats. Yeah. Oh. Main phase shock brains. What are we looking for here? Maybe he's got like Lorien revealed this cycle. Well, I'm not jamming Cloud here. If we get... Oh, we did not get hit with the myriad of 1 mana counter spells. That's good for me. It's just a clamp angle. We have 4 more in hand, notably, already. Sword of Fire and Ice is kind of like a very late game. Like we saw that last game, it is pretty expensive. It can be clunky, certainly. I think it's just a skull clamp angle. Well, I was ready for Cloud to get countered, and then I was going to attack with Giver, but now I guess we leave Giver to set up a Lightning Rod effect. We probably aren't going to be trying to draw 4 cards next turn. We're probably just slamming Peacekeeper. A lot of good cards if our Cloud dies. It's always dangerous. I find these cards like really tricky to play properly with Cloud versus counterspell decks, where like if you could potentially just screw yourself in a game by trying to get a bunch of value off your Cloud by like, oh, we have 2 things, we'll be fine, and then your Formula and your Extraction Specialist gets countered and your Cloud is stranded. Play out this Flagstone sooner rather than later, in case we draw Cataclysm. Just ram this Anointed Peacekeeper into whatever. Nothing. Oh, we're mana screwed, I see. My opponent did mulligan to 6 here, notably. So we don't actually have any green mana. So we can't Rakshas's Bargain yet. This actually comes in tapped, which is really funny. This is another blue-black land. I think I'm just naming Tainted Pact. Kind of surprised we didn't cast Tainted Pact in response. Just for, like, a land. Maybe he thinks he can cast the Rakshas's Bargain. Cactus Preserve says want to add one mana of any type that a land you control could produce, and he's got 2 blue-black lands here, and then a blue land and a blue-black land. Is there a huge punish if I just attack with Giver here? I feel like there's not really. This thing animates next turn as a 6/6. Yeah, I'm gonna send it. F6 value too, infinite value. Guess like Greenland, Abrupt Decay. But if he's Abrupt Decay Anointed Peacekeeper to get the Tainted Pact online, I think I'm fine with that because it means that we can get Clamp online or just 4 more back Peacekeeper. We know his whole hand. Put him in the bind of like if he Tainted Pacts in response now, then I can potentially name the card that he Tainted Pacts for. I wonder what he's gonna go get. Is it just looking for like Vicious Rivalry, maybe? Noted Peacekeeper could definitely delay that a turn at least. And we could set up to rebuild to beat it later. And like digging for an exact one of is a little bit dangerous sometimes. I guess he could probably get if you find like Deluge, it's pretty similar. It's even better actually. Deluge is pretty rough because I can't play around it. Because it would cost 5 mana. I would just name Toxic Deluge, make him pay. And then we have like Extraction Specialist on Cloud versus a tapped out opponent, and then we're kind of fine still. Oh, there's Deluge. You went past it. What are we looking for? We haven't exiled the Jace yet, but oh, take Force of Negation. Oh, that's fine for me. Your hand is nothing. Yeah, that's fine. Force that. I think it's a little bit greedy to attack with the Giver now, huh? It was maybe greedy to attack with the Giver last turn too, but now you have 2 really good things to protect. It's a little annoying that I have to, but then if I attack into the Cactus Preserve, he has to like waste his whole turn animating it just to like bounce off the Giver. Tapped Mistrise. Might have actually wanted to play Skull Clamp that turn, just to get it through counter spells. I don't know. There's Tasigur, sure. The awkwardness of this extraction specialist with this cloud. Like, I could draw 4 cards and extract the specialist back to cloud, but then I don't get to oust the Tasigur, so I think I'd rather just... I don't think I need to extraction specialist, where if we just draw 4, it's going to be really good. Let's oust Tasigur. 1 unknown in hand. Is it a counter spell? We can beat like mana leaks and lose focuses and stuff. I would like to draw 4 cards, please. I'm going to put Cloud back in the command zone. I think it's kind of greedy to not. Wow. Those are pretty fucking god-awful. I mean, Strike Force will probably be good down the road, just as a bunch of bodies. He's got a land and an unknown in hand. We have no spells to cast. We just put the Skull Clamp here and cast a Shadow Spear just to get shit out of my hand. We might get to King City's Blessing too. That many permanents? Nice, we do. That's why we cast the Shadow Spear. 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we were exactly at 9 with the Shadow Spear. There's Gloomlake Verge. So Tainted Pact is down. There is still the potential of... Wow, that's it. That's your whole turn, huh? Well, you have one more thing, but... This is like Drown and Lock the Giver and let me draw 2 cards is pretty tough. We have a March for the Cactus Preserve, too. I was in the middle of talking about like the we're worried about a potential Jace, but now we have Flute for Jace too. I'm gonna play the Gemstone Caverns just in case we find Cataclysm at some point. My opponent has 1 card in hand. Is there ever a punish for attack all versus a single card in hand, assuming that you animate Cactus Preserve and attempt to in an attempt to block? I don't think there's any single card at 1 mana that stops this March of Otherworldly. Mental Misstep. I could overpay the March to play around Mental Misstep last card. And then I think we probably just win from there. Wait. Are these tokens? Does this like go crazy with Ocelot Pride? I think it does. For each token you control that enter this turn, create a token copy of it. Wow, that'd be so nuts if I ever got to do that. Oh well. I'm just gonna overpay here to play around Mental Misstep. What am I worried about? Getting Jace Tainted Pacted. Or Jace Demonic Consultation. The Tainted Pact is already gone. He's 1 card in hand. Guess we just hold up Flute Felia is fine. I think we're just so far ahead. We want to make sure that we don't get cheesed by, like, last 2 cards Demonic Consultation. Plus Jace. So we just hold up all our shit here. Just make 2 more guys anyway. Just, like, there's miles ahead. 1 card in the graveyard for Tasigur. Thoughtseize. Fatal Push. Yeah, it's fine. Can't cast Tasigur, I don't think. 6? Yeah, you need 8. I'm just going to name Jace Wielder Mysteries with this right now. I don't care about this Tasigur. Oh, sure. Do we have lethal here? 4, 5, 6. Cloud is... we might have lethal. Versus no cards in hand. I don't think... oh, sure. Cloud costs 4. So we get Skateboard. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Skull Clamp is 10. Okay, yeah, never mind. He's just dead. Put the clamp on the Felia, attack all. Put the skateboard on the cloud. Oh, wait. If he... we didn't play her on Spellsnare when we did that March for the Ruley play. I guess regardless, I probably didn't even need... yeah, player on Mental Misstep makes sense because he doesn't have to tap the guy for it, but if we get Spellsnare, then the thing taps anyway, so it's not a huge deal. Tap your thing. Skateboard goes here. Skull Clamp goes here. Yeah. Attack for lethal. Nice. Ugh, we're back.
This deck sucks. Like, Tasigur, what are you doing? what was that? That was so bleh.
Yeah, your mana base was a little awkward in that game too there.
Yeah, like it was just like, and I messed up. So okay, you anointed Peacekeeper,
You were supposed to
and I
Tainted
had,
Pact in response.
huh?
You were supposed to Tainted Pact in response.
No, so okay, the turn prior I brainstormed, right? And I put the stupid lands in the wrong order. So instead of drawing the Dream Root Cascade
Oh.
first, so I could have Abrupt Decay or Tainted Pact open,
Okay, I
I
see. Yeah,
didn't.
that seemed pretty critical to that game going better for you if you had just had like the ability to cast a probe to get that turn.
Yeah. But I mean, Abrupt Decay after you swing in with I don't think you swing in with the two dudes, like Giver and Cloud.
Yeah, I
If
would
you
not
knew I
swing in with.
had,
Yeah, you just have to
yeah,
abrupt decay the giver at that point, and then the anointed peacekeeper kind of does the same thing anyway. So yeah, I guess maybe it doesn't change things too much, but like your ability to like cast even just like not a decay and cast like the Rakshas's bargain that turn or something
right.
is
Right, that's
good.
exactly what I was thinking. I was like, I could have done bargain, and I had to pitch bargain because of Tainted Pack for Force of Negation, so you didn't just eat my hand alive. And that was like a 15 for one. It felt like
I
that
was
was
kind of
just like
surprised you
such
didn't
a
take the
awesome.
deluge.
I
Because like,
li- I I sat and thought about it, and I was just like, I'm gonna die. Like you had so many cards in your
I mean
hand.
that's
I felt like
true.
I felt like if I lose life and try like that, I feel like that's what cost me the first game. Is I was finally getting to a point where I could potentially stabilize,
And you're just a
and
little too
but
low.
I was just so low, and I was just like, okay, like I waterlogged teachings for the
Requiting
requiting
hex
hex, just
to kill a
just
that made me laugh out loud. The force spike on the march on my own creature to prevent you from gaining two
yeah.
life was just such a
I
funny stack.
I needed the life gain,
It's
and then
true.
you're
I
just like,
I dealt exact
"Ooh."
lethal to you. I was like trying to piece together the lethal, and I
Yeah,
was like, this is much easier when you were at 5 life, but going to seven's like,
right. Well, I did the math before. Like, I was like, okay, if he can get rid of Tasigur, he can just equip sword, equip
mm-hmm.
pre war. That Hobbit card
Key.
is I didn't understand storied as well, I guess, because I
Mm-hmm.
thought it had to be separate entities of three, like you had to have three legendaries or three, but no, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
it's
It's
just
just like, yeah, you got three, here we go.
three total
Everything.
historic permanents, which is really easy in Cloud because you play Cloud, you play Keeley, and you play the equipment that Cloud got, and then bam, that's three. In
Yeah,
that
which is
case,
like
yeah, I just
the
had like
better
the
pure steel paladin.
yeah. It was a little bit worse than Pure Steel Paladin there because wait, did I have three? Towards the end, it was a little bit worse because I could have like been free equipping more, but I think the turn that I played it, it was better because it just let me like free equip
Yeah, it free equip onto the spear and
onto the spear for
smash base for
for two extra
70.
damage in the
Like,
air.
I'm just like, okay, I guess I die. I guess I just can't do it. And I guess no response. And so yeah, it was not a great showing for Tasigur.
Yeah, I mean, the games the core game plan is definitely revolves around like how many cards you get to draw off a skull clamp.
Right. And yeah, and being it like I don't remember, did you have a protector up game one too? Like were you able to oh yeah, you played the Duke, and that's what I had to
Yeah,
waste my cut down on the
yeah,
Duke.
you cut down the Duke.
And yeah, I feel like that's kind of the workaround Tasigur or most of these kind of control-y decks is like those protectors that you
Yeah.
have in the deck because I only had cut down in my hand and I was like, okay, well I gotta get rid of Cloud or I gotta counter and I had Tail's End, but because I was on the play, which can I win a dice roll tonight?
That's
Can
true.
I
I think I've
go
won
first
all three dice
one time?
rolls. I should maybe
Yeah,
have
like
given you the
what?
play for like one of them. That's
But
the
no,
real trick. If you want to win your paper tournaments, you just win all the dice rolls.
I mean, hey, it doesn't hurt. It did not hurt because I was sitting there at cut down and tail's end. And
hmm
I was like, okay, so if I
And
go first, and then I realized I was like, I can't win a single dice roll tonight. Like, yeah, I was
yeah, cut down
stupid.
the one drop, tails on the two drop, etc., etc. I mean, I did have that game one at least. I had a completely different curve, which was like not playing
Yeah.
Cloud on two, and then if you hold up tails end and I play Saga into um Tithe Taker instead, then can get a little
Yeah.
awkward.
That game one, I was like, ooh, vicious rivalry. I can do this. I can
That's
destroy everything.
yeah, that is like one of the best
Um,
cards against Cloud, but you
What? Yeah, the problem was I think I popped it maybe a turn early. Maybe it wasn't as effective as it could have been. But with Skull Clamp out,
yeah, it's
I like it's just too good.
yeah, you can't wait too long if the skull clamp's already in play. Like you can't let me draw
Yeah,
even more cards. Like
yeah.
Tasigur definitely has the ability to grind through. Like even if I manage to like slip a cloud through the cracks and take a draw for, Tasigur can
Yeah,
sometimes control the game and like manage that. But if skull clamp starts turning into like draw six, draw eight, etc., then it's you're just really gonna get buried.
yeah. Oh well. Like, but I do think in that kind of matchup, Cloud, I like can just peel Tasigur off. Like, just okay. Well, this creature ate a kill spell. This creature ate a kill spell. Okay, cool, 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 cool. And here's a 10/10. Here's 5 damage spread out. Here's a stupid oscillate pride. Here's cat, 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 cat. Like it just is
Yeah,
uh
one
able to
of
do that.
the admittedly many reasons that I like Cloud over Felia is like just the like consistent card advantage generation of just like your cards are always
Mhm.
trading up if they're not getting specifically countered. If you're just playing Felia and just like, oh, my Felia died, well, I traded with a removal spell 1 for 1, and that's fine, I guess. But like
Right.
Cloud always converts if it's not getting countered. You get the skull clamp that also has to be answered after the cloud gets answered, or you get the formal wear that has to be answered, or the sort of fire and ice that makes your creatures more threatening.
Absolutely. That is definitely the one thing. But I do think in the side of Felia is so dangerous that
Yeah,
if she's out even for one or two turns, maybe you're just dead. You're just
yeah.
gone.
Especially like, and
She,
there's something to be argued about, like Felia has flash, which is better against counter spells, etc., etc. There are But I do hear the line of like, oh, Philly's better against control decks because Philly has flash, and like that's not always the case. Because
No, it's definitely
Cloud is a lot better versus removal spells. Philly's a lot better versus counter spells. But like control decks are generally
right.
comprised of both of those.
Yeah, and I think Felia can navigate around a couple of them, but overall, like Felia gets trapped just as much as Cloud can, and vice versa. Um, I think it's just about the management of what both decks are trying to do. And if you can, like Felia and Cloud kind of work the same way of like, if you get your stuff out before your opponents, you just win.
Yeah,
And it
that's
doesn't.
definitely like the plan A versus Tasigur. You are the efficient hate bearers disruptive beatdown deck where you play out you really want to curve out early with creatures and
Yeah,
you have
I got caught off guard too because I didn't realize Tide Taker also means act like the ability of Tasigur.
yeah.
So
Oh, that was that turn. I never remember that.
yeah,
That's
I went to activate it and I was like, wait, no! So I had to do the Rakshas's bargain instead.
yeah. I always forget how Tithe Taker works. I've definitely like played against people online who go like I'm on the play and I go like land whatever. They go fetch land go and then I play Tithe Taker and then they try to fetch for a surveil and they can't because they
Yeah,
needed a crack in response. That's a good like paper thing to pick up because that's an easy thing to miss on Tithe Taker and I'm sure I've missed it before and we'll miss it again.
for sure. I think that's kind of like why to practice like this so you get the full understanding of how every card is supposed to operate because like maybe in paper your opponent doesn't realize it just as much as you don't and you look at it and go okay yeah that's fine you want to pay 4 for Tasker and you're like actually it's 5
Yeah,
so now you know
exactly.
for
Or
paper but
you put a Keeley on the stack, and they're like, you probably don't have enduring story or whatever the heck it's called, and then it resolves, and it's like, bam, instantly you just get a free equip.
yeah bam here's 3 in the air with a
Yeah,
stupid spirit that I also didn't account for with
the
because I had the Rakshas's bargain and what I took from Rakshas's bargain was cremate and mana leak
mm-hmm,
and I had the opportunity to get cremate fatal push and I didn't count my lands well because if I would have just gotten cremate fatal push and again not accounting for the spirit I could have just cremated what because I knew you were going to do pre-war form where you search for it for a reason but I
mm-hmm,
could have fatal pushed the stupid spirit and then dealt with whatever came after, you know.
yeah,
But eh, it's all right. I think Mana Leak is probably the like go to in most cases too, because I was thinking, oh, okay, next turn I can bounce back and start doing things, and it was just like, oh, next turn you're dead. Like
yeah.
you need to find a way to live.
Yeah, that's definitely the plan. The plan is cloud, and we didn't get to see either of the like cheese wins, or sometimes Tasker just gets to body you with like a surprise Neo form or like Jace
Right.
combo. But those are always things to keep in mind. The, I had the end of game 2 where I was like, how can I lose this game? Like my opponent's next 2 cards are Jace plus Demonic Consultation, so I was like, all right, instead of casting Cloud, maybe I hold up this Disruptor Flute, and that's the one that got spell snared. But like, okay, we have Void Flute plus Felia, which is an acceptable alternative. So when you get to like those stages of the game, it's important to find how like piece together how you're going to lose a game and play
Absolutely.
towards those.
Especially in any kind of tournament setting too. You want to be able just to calmly assess like, okay, how do I not lose here? And because that's way sometimes that's more important than winning
Yeah,
in those instances of just making sure you don't lose.
yeah. Also, not completely unrelated. Didn't actually come up in the match even, but like I had when I had Ocelot Pride going, I drew Hatu Sarase Strike Force, and I was like, wait, this is sick. If you ever if you ever get City's
Yeah.
Blessing with Cat and play Strike Force, you get to make token copies, and then the token copies get
Yeah.
copied with the Ocelot Pride Instep trigger.
Yeah, I
That
hate that. I hate that. That
I
is
dream of the
good.
day I get to do that against like an Emery player or something who just has like 5 artifacts in play and just like just blow them up for
And just
orbit.
yeah, I today actually during our little locals thing, I played Quintorius, and I got Oslet Pride out with Currency Converter with whatchamacallit, the staff of the storyteller.
That is a combo.
So yeah, so I got to make double treasures, make double spirits, and then on the very next turn, I made three two spirits with Quintorius and gained a life with Oslet Pride. Not to mention I also had Guide of Souls out, so it's like, it was pretty good on a curve. Yeah, so I was kind of like balling. It was a great experience, but because it was turn one currency converter, turn two Guide of Souls, Oslet Pride, turn three was staff treasure, and then because of the spirit, and I just hit City's Blessing, it was like ding 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 ding, and then I finally drew my engine pieces, and I was like, let's go. And I was actually playing against Deadpool, and it was a unfortunate circumstance because the best thing he could do is copy Oslet Pride, but it was way too late to really do much with it because I had so much lethal on board.
Yeah.
But that's a super off-topic
This is
subject.
extra tangent. All good.
Yeah, Cloud is really good,
Yeah, as
and
turns out, clouds. I love this deck. I've I've loved this deck since like Final Fantasy came out, and I had fun with
um,
Quintorius. I enjoy playing Quintorius, and like I definitely had fun in Dallas with it. But I think Cloud's always going to be like my number one deck, and I'm
yeah,
almost certainly going to be playing this at the Duel for Duels.
yeah. We still may. So maybe next week we'll work on what deck I'm going to play
Yeah.
on and run the gauntlet. I think more than likely I'll be running the gauntlet with Aang or King T'Challa.
All right.
um, and see what those look like. Play some blue. Play. I'll make you guys play against blue white flash and nonsense, and make dual cast MTG more upset at my deck choices and card choices and so
All
on.
right. I'm gonna hop out real
Um,
quick and finish this
yep,
recording.
you got it.
All right. And that's going to be at the end of our round 3 here against Tasigur. Feeling pretty strong. We had some, the miss sequence in that game too. I think was fairly costly in terms of how that game 2 progressed out. But I think I feel pretty confident that we were ending up in a good spot there. Um, and I said at the beginning, that Tasigur I do think is like a pretty tough matchup for Cloud, but I don't know how many like genuinely bad matchups Cloud has. I think Zeus is maybe the only one that comes immediately to mind, and that one's more handleable if you play like Hand of Vecna, Armageddon, stuff like that. Which makes me think that like maybe I'm supposed to tweak the deck a little bit more towards those lands sort of decks, just in case. Maybe we get a hand back in here. Maybe we play a copy of Geddon alongside the Cataclysm again. Food for thought, certainly. Gonna have to lay out this deck and figure out what the weakest cards in the list are, and see if we want to start cutting some cards and playing some other stuff. But we still have 2 more matches to go. We still got Aragorn and Brigid in the queue. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back for round 4. And we're back here for round 4. 4 for 4 on die rolls. This feels like it's I was gonna say pre-recorded, which I guess it is, but it's not. I'm making myself all the play all the time. I've gotten really lucky on these die rolls thus far. But we're playing against Brigid, Klechan's Heart here. His hand is pretty terrible. All right, this hand works a lot better. We can bottom this Ghost Vacuum. Not very good in this matchup. Brigid, for those of you that aren't unawares, um, very clear creature combo deck, has the ability to flip to this backside that produces a bunch of mana, can combo with this weird 1-drop that I don't remember the name of. Um, doesn't have a ton of graveyard synergies though, so I think it's a pretty easy bottom Ghost Vacuum, and we can hopefully mana tithe a mana dork into Cloud for Jite. This is just a very creature combo, control the board style matchup. Pretty reminiscent of like the Thrasios Timna Nadu stuff in that kind of vein, where it just has like a lot of tutors. Yeah, get that out of here. Pretty easy grab Jite here. We are really looking for this fourth land. Jite is like just almost always the grab in this matchup. You really just want to be able to kill a bunch of what your opponent has going on. If we don't draw fourth land, our sequencing gets a little awkward. We expose the Jite to removal spells more, and we don't get to, like, you know, threaten another second impactful creature in the face of a removal spell here. Saying all of that, I feel like I just have to play Spellbinder here, though. That's tough. Because if we just, like, play out the Jite, and then Brigid does have, just a reasonable swath of white removal, in addition to exposing it to sorcery speed stuff like portable holes and the like. So it just feels so tempo negative, and the Jite is the prize here, not necessarily the cloud. So I think I would rather, if we don't rip the land, we don't rip the land. We at least get to see if there's something to play around with the Jite, if we need to wait till land 4. If there's something else here. He's got a cloud of his own is pretty big. He can't currently cast it with this mana base. Very interesting. We can, ironically, this is a graveyard card where we could have had a vacuum, but we did draw our sash, so we're still okay. I think I'm going to take... We do have to be worried this Court of Calling can find, and this Eldarmer's Call can both find Haywire Might for fairly cheap. So I think I'm going to take the Eldarmer's Call. And notably, we do have the backup Jite and sort of Fire and Ice, so it's not that bad if one thing gets hit. Nature's Rhythm also finds the Haywire Might, I guess, for, like, cheaper. God, this is actually tough. When every card does the same thing, it's, like, tempting to just take the Cloud or something. Cloud Clamp is going to be a little bit annoying, but we have Cloud Clamp to fight back there. I take the call. I don't have strong feelings about that decision. I'm going to attack as well. I don't think he ever blocks. Seems really greedy to block. He's thinking about it. Yeah. Since Eldarmer's Call costs 4 mana right now, it'll almost certainly come into play at some point. The Dryad Arbor means he can Chord for 1. He cannot. He can Nature's Rhythm for 1. But he can't hold up the ability to... He might just play Brigid here. And we really need to rip this land right here, or we might die. Shit. That might actually be game over that we didn't hit land 4 there. Because then I think Brigid just flips and he tutors the infinite combo, and we just, like, instantly die. This thing flips over. He Nature's Rhythms. I'm not going to do the math on it. I'm going to assume that I'm dead, but I'm going to play to my outs, I guess, which is... But, like, casting Jite just also gets it corded, even if he somehow doesn't have infinite combo. I think this is just a matter of Mold a 6 miss land 4 here that would have just been critical to winning the game and just, like, wrathing his entire board. But them's the breaks sometimes. Maybe I should have cast... I don't like casting the Jite on turn 2 or on turn 3 there, though, but maybe it's necessary. That's tough. That's a tough spot. Yeah. I'll let him do the combo for the sake of my knowledge and also the knowledge of the viewers at home. Remembering what the hell the card is that this combo's with. There's basically like a 1 mana card that I just don't remember the name of that's like pay 5 mana, like give a creature a buff and untap it. Something along those lines. So presumably it's going to be Nature's Wisdom for that thing, which costs 1 mana. Or maybe he knows that he's like a mana off or something and has to just go get Haywire Might this turn, and then maybe in that case it's supposed to cast Sword of Fire and Ice, but then it just can't. Sword of Fire and Ice can't punch through a bunch of green creatures. Okay, this is not the untapper then. This is just Might. Oh, sure. This is net positive mana because it adds a creature to the board, maybe. This is, I think, net neutral mana, right? But it gets hit if he untaps it again, it's net positive, right? He makes another creature. He might need like slightly more creatures to go infinite with it, because you need like 5 or 6 creatures. I mean, again, worst case, he's gonna just Eladamri's Caller Nature's Rhythm for the Haywire Might or whatever, and shoot the Jite, and then kill me next turn with like the follow-up combo piece. I think this is enough to kill me, maybe? This might be one off. Here it is. Oh, no, it's exactly enough to kill me. This is infinite mana, I believe. I'm just going to let him go through it a little bit. And then eventually, when he makes infinite mana, he can untap all of his creatures. And yeah. So he needs 5 additional creatures in play because Brigid says make X mana, where X is the number of other creatures you control. So he's going to make Brigid infinitely large, make infinite mana, and then also with that infinite mana, just untap the rest of these creatures and attack me for 4 infinite-sized creatures. So we're just going to go ahead and concede and not make him do all that. And yeah, that's the bummer of missing that land drop. I stand by my decision, but I think it's just the way the cookie crumbles. Stands really dicey. It has a lot of bad cards in the matchup. I think this is a mulligan. Despite like turn 1 removal spell being really good in this matchup, we have 3 like Esper Sentinel's okay. But we have 3 fairly dead cards here. That's a little bit rough here, especially like talking about last game. Your number 1 priority, especially on the play, is just get to GTA on turn 3 or turn 4, which this hand is not super adept at because we'd probably need to like Ocelot Pride into like lay down arms Esper Sentinel, and then we need to draw like running lands. I think we can afford to mulligan at least once. Oh Jesus. This is gonna be the nightmare. This is gonna be the kind of the opposite of the Quintorius match at the start. If we just like mulligan to Oblivion and die, and just have a very uninteresting match. Let's go to 5. All right, this hand doesn't have any removal, but not much I can do about it. He is on a mull to 6, so if he's like a little slow, then maybe we can get somewhere. I think I'm gonna bottom Pure Steel here. There's a chance THC can like gum up the works somewhat. And we have a good curve. My weird faded out Giver of Runes into Cloud for Jite, into Thalia, into hopefully hit a land in those 3 turns. Jite equip with Cloud protected. There's no Mana Dork. That's big. That's like a nothing card here. I have a 1/2. If we miss the land drop next turn, I think, given the difference in casting Thalia Heretic Cathar versus casting Elite Spellbinder in that previous spot, in that like we don't get any hand information, we have 2 creatures on board instead of 1. There's a very real chance I play GTA on turn 3 if we don't find the land. just I said all that, and then my opponent on turn 2 goes land pass, meaning that this could be Boseiju. This could just be like, this is a Molda 6, and I kept a hand that has Ocelot Pride and a removal spell into my Brigid. It doesn't necessarily mean that this is, like, naturalized. No, granted, there probably aren't that many, like, instant-speed naturalized effects. It's still probably a lot of tutors for stuff like Haywire Might, Skyclave Apparition, things like that. Given all of that, I think I probably just need to run the GTA out here. It is a little dangerous that I can't necessarily attack. Depends on how much mana he taps out. I can't attack into a first striker without also using the Giver and then playing into a removal spell. We'll see. We'll see. Well, I don't know. Maybe we will. Maybe I'll supposed to play Thalia. Thalia means that, like, potentially this bridge doesn't come down. If he has a basic, I get really punished. We have Reverent Mantra. If we miss on land and draw a white card, we can prevent the combo from happening by giving the Brigid pro green or pro white, right? I guess the Reverent Mantra is also a way that I can safely attack through the Pride. All right, I'm going to play out the GTA. Maybe. I hope this isn't results oriented based on how game 1 went. But keeping the white card in hand for the Reverent Mantra is kind of nice. And that it does help me connect with the cloud here. Something that I wasn't really thinking about. Okay, no Boseiju. He's a little short on mana for a lot of good Haywire Might tutors. He could have Skyclave would be a bummer. Well, could have potentially gotten there with THC, but it is what it is. Six. All right, that's fine. And we didn't draw the land again. Jeez, deck really does not want to give me land 4. Well, we have another reasonable pitch card here. So what happens if I equip attack? If he double blocks, I don't even know if I want to double protect Cloud. Maybe I do, because I can't recast him very well. Step 1, equip. Step 2, send it. It is all creatures gain protection, so I can just say green with this one. I'd have to give pro white with the Giver of Runes. If he just blocks here, I just pro white and to see if he has Solitude. We have Reverent Mantra, so that's fine. If it's a double block, then we pro white with Giver, and then pro green. I could, again, just let the Cloud die and not waste the Reverent Mantra. But I think it's correct to just keep Cloud alive. And then if the Cloud gets answered, we still have the Giver to, like, equip attack. God, I hate this new GTA window. Can't masterwork this GTA because legendary and all that. Man, that would be fucked up, huh? He either has an answer for GTA here, or I think he just loses. We'll see. Maybe it's like Parallax Tide or something, or Parallax Wave. Uh, Nature's Rhythm or the Eldamri's Call can find Haywire Might here and exile the GTA. Formal wear back the 6th. That's pretty big. If he also has 1 mana removal, we could be in trouble here, huh? God, that's so close to being punishable. Not quite yet, though. We can maneuver here. The 6 is good, but we can get this Swift Reconfig off with, like, pro-whiting with Giver and stuff. Let's figure out what we're doing. Unfortunately, the Thalia is 4 power. We need to like equip the GTA and pump before we animate and get to the cloud. Phasing out the 6 doesn't do, we can phase out the 6 and get 2 GTA counters, but then we can't do anything. Besides have 3 GTA counters, which I don't think matters that much. This thing is not that annoying yet. It's obviously like a nice card advantage thing, but I think we just need to focus on getting Cloud online. Next turn, we can equip to Thalia, pump Thalia, crew Cloud, equip to Cloud, attack pro white, get the Swift Reconfig off, something along those lines. It does ram himself into a 4/6, which I'd then have to use all the counters to kill, but we'll see. There's a chance we'd, like, don't pro white. We just, like, attack. Well, yeah, we can attack first. If he blocks, we can pro green instead and just have it be Swift Reconfigured again. We get 4 counters. We can use... I'll have to think about it. We'll see. We'll see. We could draw something, too, obviously. Tapped Witch Enchanter, really? You're not gonna, like, cast that? Oh. Misclick, played the land. That'll do it. We'd be in a lot of trouble if that happened. Because would need to kill off our Cloud, which is tough. Is there any purpose of me blocking here? I think so. Oh, wait, not anymore if you pick this a Gonjo. Oh, God, a Gonjo. Oh, God, that makes things so hard. That's so brutal. That's such a good hit. Jesus. I could block with the Thalia and Masterwork Formal Wear. Masterwork their Formal Wear on my Thalia to get a 5-power creature. Animate Cloud. I still can't attack through the Aganjo. This turn's going to be Brigid plus hold up 1 mana Aganjo, which is just, like, just really problematic. God damn it. If I just take this, equip GTA to Thalia, attack, he can Gonjo it. It only has 4 toughness, and then, like, if I pro colorless, the GTA falls off, and then the 6 just eats it. God damn, that this is a tough game. That Aganjo, like, I mean, obviously the Witch Enchanter would have made things really hard too, but fuck, that Aganjo makes things so difficult. I just don't know what the line is here. Maybe I can bait him into using the Aganjo with first, and then if I block and then pro green, he Aganjos for some reason, and then I can yeah, I think that's probably my plan, honestly. Because I think I'm fine if this Thalia gets Aganjo. Yeah, because he didn't cast Brigid too, so the Aganjo's 2 mana here, so we couldn't Brigid after. So this is fine with me. I think worst case here, I just absorb 4 damage and he doesn't make a move. Best case here, he Aganjos for 2 mana, yeah. This is fine. Okay, we're back on, we're back on, we're back on. Oh, shit. That's good, too. So now we... Do I want to burn this on Thin Ice? Versus 2 cards in hand? Or do I just... Crew Cloud, equip GT Send? I think I don't mind if Cloud dies, honestly. Oh, nope, don't do that. He might not block, in which case I probably on Thin Ice it. Yeah, doesn't block. Yoink that. I'm gonna take the Swift reconfig off my Cloud. Can I chat? Oh, Dual US is in here. That's how this works, right? This will fall off, right? I'm not crazy. I feel like I've done this like a million times before with auras. Formal aura always falls off. Yeah. Maybe we should pull the chatting off of the screen. It's maybe a little distracting when people are using it more. Formidable speaker for Haywire Might, probably. Now my question is, do I want to kill Cloud? Probably not. I think I just can race at this stage, right? Why wouldn't you Starfield Shepherd for Might? Do you have a better formidable speaker plan here? No. I guess it's like eats more GD counters to whatever. Might this thing. Let's kill that. I think with 1 card in hand we have... Oh no, we don't have guaranteed lethal. Because he's going to gain 2 life off of the stupid Haywire Might. I was going to say that we have 7+7 is actually just lethal over 2 turns. Oh shoot, I was supposed to not gain life, and I was supposed to maybe kill my Cloud. That was my whole decision. Well, no, I'm not going to do that, huh? It's probably still lethal, but now we got to just draw a little bit better, huh? I could attack all. Is that insane? Versus 1 card left in hand, attack all to try to set up lethal over 2 turns? If my Thalia Heretic Athar gets killed because I attack all, it's really dangerous. But if I don't attack all and he plays Brigid, I attack for 7+7, I put him to 2. And then these stupid creatures untap, and then he can, like, do stuff. Versus one card in hand. The Giver was down last turn, but no, he needed to take care of. I think it's safer to do this. We have so many draw steps at this point. And, like, the Cloud just attacks for lethal and has to be blocked. And then then we can, like, reuse it. All right, well, not lethal, but it is. I mean, I could attack for lethal here with the Giver, but again, now that I have Trample too, I think this Brigid is not killing me with 2 cards in hand. I also have 2 blockers right now, so it's not, if, like, he manages to go somehow Seed Cradle Witch go infinite, I can just block both things and still be okay. Please no kill. Alright, Land of Elves, it's free to cast, but it comes in tapped. It's net 0 mana, because every creature that gets put into play before Brigid taps is, you know, an extra mana. A lot more creatures in play. And the Thalia really gums up the works of, like, chump blocking. The Shadow Spear also gums up the works of chump blocking. I think I fucked up. I think I should have killed my Cloud with the last GT counter. It would have been, like, the same lethal over turns, and we'd just been able to just instead of attack for 2 less, and then just recast Cloud and go get, like, sort of Fire and Ice or something. Or just, like, two in my head overthinking it when, like, that was my initial line. Nature's Rhythm for 3. You got it. I don't know what you got, but you got it. Skyclave Apparition on Shadow Spear. And then you're still dead to Giver. Also, you're dead to me attacking you with 2 creatures. Yep. Yeah, sure. All right. All right. Now we have to play on the draw, which is definitely tough in the Man and Dork matchup. This is the game where you really want the 7 that we mulliganed. I might keep that on the draw just because, like, the turn 1 removal spell is so important. You want, like, I don't think you're really allowed to keep hands that don't go turn 1 removal spell or, like, turn 3 GTA. Preferably both. That'd be nice, huh? Just, like, Plains Played, City of Traders, Solitude, Source of Plowshares. Some other card, some white card. Huh. But yeah, once once that I identified lethal that GTA line, I should have just used the last GTA counter to ping my own Cloud, recast it for 4 mana, attack for just the 5. He's at 16, right? Putting him to 11, and then we have 7 power in play. It's the same clock, and we have the potential to kill a turn earlier if we, like, grab sort of Fire and Ice and rip land 5 or something like that. I don't think there's a better equipment that I would have gotten there. Maybe I actually would have just gotten Skull Clamp. And just like if I'm in a shit spot, I'm just gonna draw 4 cards instead. It's usually a pretty good plan, but something to be cognizant of, especially in these matchups where your cloud is less likely to be removed, where your opponent's just trying to combo you and answer your GT, and you kind of have to take it upon yourself sometimes to get that extra GT or get that extra cloud trigger. All right. This hand is not good enough, I don't think. We have turn 1 drum, turn 2 cloud plus no like 1-drop to cast. Like we could get a clamp and cast it or something, but um if we had like a 1-drop creature in here, maybe, because you could go turn 1 drum, turn 2 cloud into 1-drop, and then we need like a 1-drop creature and a third land to get this turn 3 GTA. I think I'm pretty happy mulliganing. Oh shit, this is a very good one. This is a good one. My opponent's on 6. All right, hang on. This is cooking. I think we're going to keep bottom strike force, gemstone, pitch a demi, keep 3 lands, Felia, oust. We might need to oust a 1-drop. I'm gonna have to decide on whether that's more worth it than playing cloud on turn 1 and just ousting like the Brigid. Maybe he just won't play a mana dork, and that'd be nice. I get to be on the play all 3 games. Yeah, I imagine this deck probably mulligans to 6 to cast a spell on turn 1 most of the time. Oh, well, that answers my oust question. Not ousting a wild growth. Do I still want GTA with Sword of Fire and Ice in my hand? Yes. We also have Felia to potentially go get like Skull Clamp or something too if we want to in future turns. We're in that position we've been in all 3 games here, or if we the positioning of our GTA largely depends on if we draw this 4th land here. But we at least have a good play pattern of oust the Brigid that's okay not being played. Maybe he's tutoring up a GTA answer. That would make sense. Yeah, so Solitude, that's a good protection from GTA answer. Fourth land is nice. What does that mean for me, though? The Solitude is really annoying in that I was kind of hoping he would have a Haywire Might or something to answer the GTA, but instead plans to just, like, prevent me from connecting with Cloud. I think that means we could play sort of Fire and Ice here, and then equip attack and, like, get the Solitude out of the hand that way. Or we don't want to oust here, so oust plus Felia is a little bit worse. Because ousting this recruiter is obviously very bad for me. We're probably going to oust a Brigid next turn, almost assuredly. So we want to be able to do something on that 4 mana turn that costs 3 mana, which means we want to put one of these equipment in play to like start forcing the issue. Playing the sword out does tip my hand. So maybe we just play the Felia out to force the Solitude issue and just like try to get cloud value. It's certainly mana inefficient, but I think that's fine against staring the removal spells in the face. This bridge is going to come back the turn after I kill it. Yeah, and then, well, 1 turn's maybe all we need if We get this Cloud Solituded. Ooh. No Brigid. Interesting. Dog. What's the plan with this now? I think it's Jite the dog. And just get the Solitude out of hand, keep Cloud in play. And then if he plays, if he's out of gas at that point, we can suit up the Cloud and go from there. Yeah, there's Solitude, pitch Formalware, sure. Down to one card in hand. We have the ability to equip Cloud Attack into a Brigid turn and just Wrath the board. Or if he has another removal spell, we can oust and delay. What did he leave up 3 mana for, though, is my worry. Is this Chord of Call? Yeah, Chord of Calling. Is this going to be an answer for Jite? Or something worse? Surprised it's not Chord for 1 kill Jite, which means he's probably going for something somehow scarier than that. Cloud Clamp Refuel is a pretty reasonable option, but it's not free. If he misses here, he could still get Wrathed. Oh, Jesus. Top deck Springheart and Antuco, really? At least he can't. Well, no, if he plays a land, he can copy Recruiter and go get a... Yep. And go get a Haywire Might. That's so gross. We really want to draw land here so we can at least Wrath him and then play a creature out. Like, draw a land or a 2-drop. Yeah, Skyclave for the Jite. Attacking's interesting here. We might actually be able to let Cloud live if we want to oust this token. We're gonna have to make that decision based on what we draw here. No, I really want Cloud to die. I want Cloud to die. I so desperately want my opponent to block. Thank you. What the hell do I do here is the question. This Skull Clamp is definitely irritating. I can out Skull Clamp him potentially, but I'm just so behind on creatures and mana. Getting Skull Clamp is mana efficient, so it's probably just the correct play. We already have the Sword of Fire and Ice too if we want to threaten. If we decide if we want to start drawing cards or threaten. Like connections with Cloud. So I think it's just Skull Clamp. cast Skull Clamp, kill everything. Goes land, Brigid, Skyclave is bad. Wonder if he Skyclaves the Cloud here. I don't think that really affects me too heavily. It's a little awkward in that if I don't draw a land and I kind of need to, oh dear, Enlighten Tutor. Jeez, that Springheart Nantuko just that Springheart Nantuko grabbing a second Recruiter of the Guard for the immediate. I mean, I guess maybe it's there are a lot of ways for him to answer a GTA. The Skyclave hasn't been relevant yet. It was like if it was just any other creature to draw, I would have probably had to shoot it too because of the Skull Clamp. Can we beat Parallax Wave? I guess if we draw, we have some naturalizes, some disenchants we can certainly draw to beat a Parallax Wave. If I equip, I can't recast if he exiles. But I can't really force him to exile my Cloud without equipping, because we didn't draw the land again. If I equip and then play Glimmer Lens, it's just kind of horrible. If I equip and play Extraction Specialist, it's still horrible. Man, this all sucks. We've just been like a little tight on mana every single game here. This goes to 4, shoots the Cloud. I have to put it back in the command zone. I play Glimmer Lens. Parallax Wave ticks to 3. We need to answer the Brigid. Hopefully we draw a land and recast the Cloud. This ticks to 2. I think we're just going to be 2 behind the ball unless we can try and answer Parallax Wave. I just need to force the issue. Yep. There's still cards we could draw. Strike Force would be like insane to draw here. Shoot Parallax Wave and shoot Skull Clamp. Would have been insane to draw that turn specifically, I think. Less good to draw now, because he's going to be able to rest on his laurels for a little bit. He doesn't even need to deploy the Skyclave yet. He can just like Skull Clamp his Brigid token. He could also do like Parallax Wave stuff with Skyclave, eat the GT, eat my own Skyclave. Yeah. And then eat the Skull Clamp on the way back. And it's still within the realm of not completely fucking unbeatable. Survival, huh? I take it back. This just goes and gets the 4-drop, right? That Bright Glass Gear Hulk. We really want to draw land here so we can at least like Cloud Clamp, force the Parallax Wave activation, and then we can get like another Cloud trigger. Yep. I think we're just going to be a little bit too behind the ball here. Does that do anything for me now? Could get more things with it if I take longer, but obviously the Bright Glass Gear Hulk is... I mean, I guess we probably have to shoot the Survival, though, is the thing. Issue is that it's just going to make 1 copy, and then he's going to use the last 2 counters to shoot the Rebel and shoot my Strike Force token, so it's really just going to I mean, I guess I only get... maybe I just don't kill the Parallax Wave, right? Maybe I just shoot the Skull Clamp and the Survival. And then what? I have to beat a Bright Glass Gear Hulk, which is terrifying. There's like a world where we want to cast Cloud to get more value out of the Strike Force at that point. But also letting my opponent untap with a Survival of the Fittest, and they're going to cast a 4-drop that's going to put more... just reload them bunches, like, maybe unwise, huh? Like, how am I going to beat the Gear Hulk? Fuck, this is... this has been such a challenging game. I'm excited to play this matchup more. Try to figure out how to navigate these games. Step 1, let's see if he activates Parallax Wave when I attack. Yeah, I figured he wouldn't. He's only got the 2 extra mana after the Bright Glass. I think we have to try to milk this Strike Force more. I wish I could Cloud for a fucking land drop here, for real. Formulator's not really doing anything. Masterwork has a couple of hits here. Sash is garbage. I think I'm just gonna get Masterwork. I might need another body for cheap. Or like get an additional copy of Skull Clamp if he decides to use that last Parallax Wave token counter now. He could have maybe like ate the Rebel and got his Skyclave back that turn. But I think he wants to eat his Bright Glass Gear Hulk and get another Bright Glass Gear Hulk. Maybe that was another reason. But no, we couldn't. We would never have even targeted it. We would have had to target Skull Clamp and Survival. And it just gets double Bright Glass anyway. Gets Guide Pride. Those are good. Just gets 2 1/1s out of the deal, which is obviously good with the Skull Clamp, but not as good after we kill the Skull Clamp. Again, still really want to draw a land. Would really love to draw a land. Alright, now we just need to fucking tank him at it for a million turns again. The question is, do I try to clamp the Cloud in an effort to get him to use his last Parallax Wave counter here instead of hitting the Bright Glass Gear Hulk? I think I'm too worried about this Onslaught Pride murdering me if I do that. But like the Bright Glass Gear Hulk on the rebound is also gonna murder me. The Onslaught Pride is gonna get jumped. I think I'm just going to... I think I just need to do this and maybe find my own, like, attempt to find my own Parallax Wave or whatever. Yeah, this is fine. We leave Cloud under there. If the Skyclave kills my Skull Clamp, we have an extra copy of Skull Clamp here. Yeah, we have to just... they're like the cat tokens are going to overwhelm me if I don't play Strike Force this turn. Kill that. Kill that, and then kill the Bright Glass. This Onslaught Pride's gonna put me really behind the ball here. But oh no, I'm blowing up his Skull Clamp. I'm not gonna be able to have a Skull Clamp. It's not great, but not much I can do about that. I can have like a backup sort of Fire and Ice potentially here. Not that I think it really matters. Would I rather have 2 cards in my hand or this 3/1 Rebel token? Kind of would rather have 2 cards in my hand. Should have attacked first. Yeah, this is just 3 damage, which is also fine. It's going to gain so much life here. Eat my Skull Clamp. Get Skateboard, I guess. Maybe Formalware in case I have to, like, attack Cloud in and get it killed. I think we're just going to get overwhelmed by this Ocelot Pride. We can obviously answer it like next turn, but then the Guide of Souls plus the Pride is going to be too out of hand at that point. And they're going to be like 800 1/1s in the way here. We can still draw Parallax Wave of our own, could definitely get us out of this bind, or like Cataclysm, potentially. Cataclysm almost certainly gets us out of this bind, actually. But we don't have the dig for it anymore. Ranger Captain for the last card, Ranger Captain for Seed Cradle to set up the next turn lethal if I don't answer the Brigid. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. All right, we gotta knock the top. I mean, we got some good draws too, right? The Strike Force was a really good top deck. One of the only ones that like even kept us in this game here. Really need to knock the top of the deck here and draw like Cataclysm. I'm not even. He might even just sack Ranger Captain, and I don't think we can win. That's honestly probably the play. If he just sacks Ranger Captain here, we have to draw like exactly Solitude or Plow, and then even if we do, we're going to continue to get bodied by this Ocelot Pride. Yeah, if he doesn't, then we can just top deck Cataclysm and actually just win this game completely. I don't think I would cast the Seed Cradle Witch. I don't think there's a purpose in that, but... yeah. Sack Ranger Captain. Plow. Solitude. Fruiter. Basic Plains. Strong, strong. Whew. That was a battle. Not quite gonna do it, though. All right, let's go decompress in the chat here. Pull up the list again while we're chatting. Oh man, those were some games. Oh wait, hang on. Is he here? Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
There we go. Those were some fucking games, huh?
Dude, those were all 3 were very good.
Yeah, those were some awesome games. I really enjoyed that. I was sorry about like tanking a long time. It was a lot of like talking through like really complicated lines of board states.
I'm surprised you played as quickly as you did. Because no, I'm serious. Like we found ourselves in such weird spots.
Yeah. There were the game 3 especially was like I thought I was dead, and then I was like, I'm back, and then I was like, oh, I'm dead again, and I was like, I'm back again. There's like so much swinging back and forth in that game.
So I think one of the things a lot of Brigid pilots don't do or don't think about that they should is not, oh, what's my quickest line to the combo? It's how do I not lose? Because the deck is all threats and tutors.
Yeah.
So like the toolbox, I think it's really like easy to be like, oh, well, I have Seed Cradle Witch, and if I have Seed Cradle Witch and enough creatures, I just win the game. But also it opens you up to all kinds of blowouts.
Yeah, that should be an afterthought to like I want to, stabilize to the board to the point that I can just infinite combo kill them. Go find that later.
That Hatutsu was insane. Hey there.
Yeah. I love Strike Force. I drew it the previous turn. I was like, I think this Strike Force actually isn't good enough, and I think I need to wait like one more turn on it, cast this cloud, get a third trigger on it, and then tempt him into exiling my cloud with the Skull Clamp instead of exiling his own Bright Glass Gear Hulk, and then just pop 3 things. It was. But then at that point, I was like, all right, I need to then top deck because I'm behind the ball on this Guide Pride. But
so that's why, even though you had 6 cards in hand, I was like, I can't just give him 4 new ones.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because once Ocelot Pride and Guide of Souls was in play, and then once I got to cast Brigid, I was like, Cataclysm's the only thing here that kind of matters.
Yeah,
then even if that pops off, I have my land with Mild Growth and Brigid.
Yeah. At that point, it's like, okay, even if I top deck exactly Swords to Plowshares or Solitude or whatever to not get combo killed that turn, I'm just like so behind on the Guide Pride situation. It's like the combo kill doesn't matter as much as like just not getting Cataclysm to that turn is like the actual only way you lose.
Game 2, your draw's game 2. I was sitting here like cackling. I was like, when is he going to draw a land? Just a land. I'd love to see a land.
The opposite feeling in my game 1, where I was like,
I know.
It's so tough. I talked about that exact play pattern during the game. I was like, well, I'm going to keep this 3-lander, and then sometimes it's a really awkward situation where you're like, I don't know if I need to develop my board more, or I just need to run out this GTA to have it guaranteed connect on turn 4. And I was like, I'm going to play the card that gives me more information. He might have like some piece of interaction, and playing out the GTA doesn't matter at all. And then I looked at your hand, I'm like, well, I'm gonna die if I don't draw land 4, and then I did draw land 4 and I died.
Yep. So when I had to play the Dryad Arbor, I was just like, okay, so an untapped land here, and I just get to chord for Haywire Might, blow up the GTA, and take 2 forever. I had the land that wouldn't tap for mana like an idiot. So we both like, your stumble was obviously much deadlier than mine.
Yeah. I had a stumble. Yeah. It was a very minor stumble in that game too, as well. I was sitting there talking about when I was killing your 2/4, and I was like, I should use this last counter to kill my cloud. And then I was like, wait, I can have lethal if I wait. And I was like, no, he's gaining 2 life, so I don't have lethal anymore. And as I was talking through it, I would just like reflexively just gain the 2 life, and I was like, oh, well, I guess I'm just going to attack 3 times and hope it's good enough. But I was supposed to like kill the cloud and then recast it the following turn. But
when I played Witch Enchanter as a land, I was just sitting here like staring at my keyboard,
head in hands moment. I was just like, oh fuck me.
Yeah, it's like, well,
yeah,
it happens.
Yeah, that's the tricks of the trade when it comes to Moto.
Because I'm never playing around exactly Mana Tithe there.
Yeah, definitely not. But those are some really informative games. I'm excited. I said it like multiple times in the match that I was just excited to play this matchup more too. I think a lot of my struggles in understanding this matchup are the people that I've played against online are just like not as proficient at the deck, and I think there's a lot more to be learned from about navigating this matchup.
It's not like the most. I think people think like, oh, it's a really good creature combo deck. It must be super intuitive, but
tutors are hard, man. Tutors can be anything.
Yep. I was looking at it's you have to know when to not combo. I think is the hardest part for people.
I was looking at my hand when you played the Recruiter Guard game 3, and I was like, I got this sort of Fire and Ice rolled up, so he's gonna recruit the Haywire Might or whatever to answer my GTA, and you got Solitude. It's like, oh, what do I do now? I have to like waste so many turns trying to develop and like force your hand on the Solitude and stuff. And just like the tutors being so versatile. I mean, that's why I enjoy Cloud, right? It's the same sort of thing. When you have a tutor in the command zone, you have a bunch of options. When you put 20 tutors in your main deck, you also have a lot of options.
So bad. Like, I looked at my list the other day and I was like, I only have 18 tutors. I could probably put like 3 more in.
And yeah, that's I think one of the like the strongest things you can be doing in Duel Commander. Like the inherent inconsistency of a 99 card singleton deck and trying to eliminate that inconsistency is so powerful. And that's why you see like we've seen these green X or green XX creature decks do well like for years past into like the tutoring for Nadu Arrow, Secret Nadu Commander, like 4-color decks.
Yeah.
And like
the good old days.
Cloud rising to prominence last year after he got printed, just being able to consistently execute like the exact same whatever game plan you need to, just being so flexible and being able to like tutor your power cards wherever you need them is really strong.
And what I like so much about this deck is there's like the ambient pressure of knowing that it's a combo deck, but then I can just play that super heavy fair mid-range game.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's tricky for opponents to, unless you get Thoughtseized or Spellbindered. But even when you Spellbindered, you see 3 tutors.
Yeah,
You have to be
I
thinking like,
can't really take anything
what do
here. It's
you
all the same
get?
cards.
Yeah. Yep. And the other one I wanted to mention that I'm just trying out that I think is interesting is Invasion of Ikoria as like a worse finale of devastation, but still a reanimate.
Do you
And I
have
kind of
Finale in the deck?
yeah, I have
Okay. So
finale, invasion, and nature's rhythm
okay.
for that like slot of tutor.
Yeah.
But invasion being a reanimate has been really good, and I kind of had the idea watching you play Cloud and just like jolted awake over and over and being like, oh, that's a really strong play pattern.
Yeah.
I should have more things.
But yeah, it was a lot of lessons learned there. Very interesting. Like the play pattern, just like you have to get GTA with your first Cloud trigger like almost exclusively in this matchup, but then you can never just lean on like you can't just coast because there's so many tutors to like your GTA is going to get answered. You need to like know what your plan is after that is I think like the biggest thing about this matchup from the
Yes.
Cloud side.
I saw in some Discord chat that you tagged me and someone was like, oh yeah, like Brigid can never beat Cloud. You just get
You get
GTA.
GTA and then
And
they
I'm
die.
like,
It's just like that's not how it works when their deck can like put Haywire Might into play 7 different ways.
well, I looked at my list and I was like, is that true? And I was like, wait, I have 6 just cast them answers to GTA and then a billion tutors.
Hmm.
Because it made me like think about it, like, am I really that weak to that card? And the answer is just no.
Yeah. Of course. I mean, it's almost never as trivial as just play X and then Y deck dies. Like yeah, Cloud, you just answer the Skull Clamp and then you win. How do they do anything? You just shatter the Skull Clamp. Like, just it's really
Unless you're
hard
playing against Lear and you have like Rest in Peace or Deafening Silence.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes when it's combo
Yeah.
decked, it is as easy as like okay, maybe
Yeah.
we put in the High Noon against the Storm deck or whatever, and they can't beat it. They need to find their bounce spell or whatever. But yeah. Well, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me. These were so fun.
Yeah, I'm excited to do more of these. As I've said
Same.
multiple times throughout this video at this point already, we're all doing a gauntlet. Me, Duelcast, MTG, and Duelcom US are all doing.
You got all of them. I'm so proud.
Yes. I had a very small hesitation in there as I
know.
It's fine. It's fine. All right. So, I'm going to wrap it up here. And we'll be back for round 5 with Aragorn.
Thanks for playing.
And we're back for the final round. Round 5 here. We're 5 for 5 on our die rolls today, but only 2 tuned matches. We're going to see if we can get out of this gauntlet with a positive record here. And maybe a hand that kind of wanted to lose the die roll, huh? But we're playing as Aragorn, the king of Duel Commander, as some would say. This hand is a little awkward in that it doesn't cast Cloud particularly well, but I think it's got some powerful tools here. Just by itself, like Forge Tender and Keeley are both, like, Forge Tender is really good at blanking half of Aragorn's removal, attacking through to take Monarchy, stuff like that. I think this is definitely a keep. A nice 1-2 curve. We can even potentially, like, with Keeley in play, cycle Skateboard. We also have Sigard's Aid to flash Skateboard to maybe, like, Rishadenport our opponent. We'll see how this goes. Go get him, Forge Tender. Portable Hole plays a little bit versus Aragorn here. It's a little awkward because it's sorcery speed, and we'll see so many like flash threats out of Aragorn. Obviously, they're very tempo hold up mana sort of deck. But eventually we'll be able to tag like a Malcolm or Launchy Tong or something after it comes in. Maybe tagging a Johnny, stuff like that. Let's go with Keeley here. Shock and Steam Vents, hold up a 2-mana counter spell. Land is definitely good for me. It means that I could think about just straight up casting this skateboard to draw a card, and then casting Cloud. Skateboard also gives me storage, so I can equip it. Although, if I cast Skateboard and it resolves... Well, yeah, casting Skateboard and it resolves taps down a mana as well, which means it's more likely that Cloud can resolve too, so I think I'm game for that. It doesn't mean that I can't equip it to Cloud and attack for extra damage here. This might be like Kill Spell and Keeley in response. No, alright. We take those. Which one would I rather have? I think I'd rather have it on the Forge Tender. Because the Keeley is more likely to die to a random spell here. Alright, let's see if he's got a wash away here. He might have had like a counter for the Keeley last turn and he just decided not to use it. And to save it for the Cloud instead. Daze. Well, I'm pretty okay with that, honestly. Setting him back a land is definitely not free here. We can just jam Cloud again, although it jams into the 2-mana counterspell turn once again, so we'll see if we can draw something else, like an equipment perhaps. Or a Tithe Taker. These are some good ones that we're drawing here. Let's play around. Lose focus. This one pretty much demands a counterspell here if it's not lose focus, I think. I think you just have to cast something if you have it, but you might not. And the question is if I want to attack into a potential... Well, no, he can't flash like a Wan Shi Tong because the Tithe Taker's in play, so we're kind of fine. Jeez. That Mana Tithe might have been a little bit nasty, but he has to pitch to the Solitude now. And Solitude the Tithe Taker. Fine with me. Play out Aid. Beat down. This is a little awkward. It starts to get awkward if he keeps leaving up mana and we can't find some actionable piece here. More lands. I think we're just supposed to be attacking. If he flashes in something to try to block and kill the Keeley or something, then the Cloud's way more likely to resolve. The question is if I'm supposed to jam Cloud versus 4 cards in it. I think the answer is no. I think I just wait. If I had the land 6 rolled up, I'd be a little bit more tempted to do it, but I think I'm fine waiting. If this affords him the ability to play some sort of like flash threat, we're still sitting on 2 removal spells in our hand here. So I'm not that worried if that happens. Yeah, and if it just passes the turn and continues to have to hold up mana as he takes 3 damage every turn here, then that's great for me. I almost just want to cast this for no value. That's probably not right, because one of these things is likely to die here at some point. This feels like a turn where I'm supposed to cast a spell. The question is when. I could think about casting something pre-combat. These Hobbit cards are annoying. Keeley? I mean, Keeley hasn't done anything right now. Right? Keeley cycled this skateboard, I guess, which was, pretty nice. 5 damage. I think we're jamming Cloud here now. just pressure counter spells, make sure he can't develop, and just try to, like, limp across this finish line here. This almost assuredly does not resolve, but that's kind of whatever. Oh, remand. That's pretty non-threatening counterspell. I'm okay with that, yeah. It means my cloud costs 2 now. It's pretty huge for me. With Wrath of the Skysing, maybe? Parallax Wave. That's gonna be a little tough. Versus 1 mana up right now. If I play the Duke and skateboard it, I could force another Parallax Wave activation on the Duke, and then on Cloud. And then it's at Parallax Waves at 1. If he has Containment Priest, I just, like, fucking lose. But I think that's kind of just always the case. I guess I could just play Cloud here and grab Skull Clamp and then force the issue. Yeah, I think I'm going to Cloud first. It just doesn't respond, so that makes sense. I think I'm going to leave Cloud under there. I think my plan is to just get murdered. Like, this Cloud costs 6 mana. If I get Containment Priested, it just goes back to Command Zone anyway, so. And I think we're just going to grab... the... Do I grab... Not Masterwork. I was thinking about Glimmer Lens. I could Glimmer Lens, equip Skateboard, attack, but then the Parallax Wave doesn't tick down. I kind of want it to... it ticks down... It ticks down to 1 and then 0 afterwards, which is pretty good for me. If I just play Glimmer Lens and the Duke, then the Parallax Wave will tick to 1. And then it'll probably still tick to 0. So I think I'd rather just play it on my creatures. I could have actually put it on the Duke. I don't know if that would have mattered, but... I mean, if it's at 0, Extraction Specialist Skateboard could try to lethal, but he's pretty likely to just cast Aragorn next turn. I don't think the Duke does a lot for me. I think I'm just going to force this Parallax Wave to tick down. Yep. And then it'll be at 0. If he plays Aragorn... to try to stabilize here. We could force the issue with Extraction Specialist, potentially, if he doesn't have 2 mana counter to back it up. Or I guess also removal spells. We can also just lay down arms. Oh, or does nothing. Alright. I think I'm just gonna Duke. Try to get it countered so we can Extraction Specialist. Well, it's not the counter that I wanted, but... Genuinely not sure if I want to lay down arms this. When it's an answer to Aragorn, and I'm not that pressed about getting my guy back. I kind of just want to Extraction Specialist and attack. I guess this just trades, and then I get the Duke back. Or maybe this also gets countered. Sure. Alright. Let's see if your last card's Containment Priest. Yeah, we don't have lethal here because they gain 3 life off the laydown arms. We could like attack for 2 with the skateboard, but they would be a 5, and I don't think it's worth it. If last card is Containment Priest, we're probably gonna fucking die. If it's not, I don't think we ever die. Or Stifle, I guess. Yeah, Tails ends. That could definitely be better for me. Oh, Stifle means that I don't get Cloud back. I was thinking Containment Priest. That could definitely be problematic. Me sitting at 6 mana. Maybe it wasn't worth it. I was not thinking of Stifles for some reason. I was like really tunneled on a Containment Priest specifically. Not quite what. Wait, this is this is what we're looking for. No, this is actually great. Yeah, never mind. This is insane. This might be lethal depending on what he does. I think he keeps Aragorn. No. We can't lay down. Fuck. The lay down arms doesn't work against the Aragorn because I'm going to sack all my planes to the Cataclysm. That's that's so annoying. So if I Cataclysm, he keeps Aragorn. I can get back my guy, but then I can't kill the Aragorn. And if I lay down arms and then Cataclysm, then the spell obviously just lives. Fuck, that's really bad. Yeah, I shouldn't have put Cloud under the Parallax Wave. Be a good turn to cast Cloud and be able to try to contest the board here. That was not smart of me. And if I just lay down arms this, I can get back a 1/2. I can make it a 2/2, but it's not going to do anything versus this like big vigilance thing. I don't think I care that much that he's going to be gaining life, but obviously we're just going to get put in the blender by the Monarch. So I don't think there's a point in me killing this right now. Yeah, like very safe attacks. We really want to draw a removal spell that doesn't get fucked by my Cataclysm. That's really awkward. If we had like an Oust or a Plow or a Solitude. Does Urza Saga play enough that I'm willing to like... I guess I can just play it out now because I can always keep it as my enchantment. I don't really need this Sigarda's Aid. But then next turn I'll have 6 to 7 mana. So it's 3 to activate, so I still could Cataclysm. If I lay down arms, Aragorn, Cataclysm, play Urza's Saga. I only have 2 lands, so I don't have the guaranteed activations for it. Yeah, I think we're just supposed to play it. And if anything, yeah, then if he replays it, it costs like 100 mana. Then maybe we're safer. I really botched this game. Thinking that I was really safe and thinking that I could get my Cloud back if it was Containment Priest. Pause there definitely makes me think counter spells are going to happen. All these 3-drop flash creatures. Come on, play a fucking... What were we just talking about? I mentioned a bunch of flash creatures, and none of these are getting hit by Portable Hull. think he almost certainly has a counterspell, which is an issue for my Cataclysm game plan here. Maybe I needed to hold... No, because I can't Saga and Cataclysm and kill the Aragorn anyway. It was one of the incentives I wanted to kill the Aragorn that turn, because he might hold up counters. This attack feels concerningly aggressive. Well, that card's probably dog shit, but maybe. 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. If I want to activate and equip Skateboard and attack, I don't have enough mana to do it, but like that's never going to happen anyway, so I think we just float all our mana, cast Cataclysm, and then I'm kind of fine sorcery speeding this. Maybe I'm not. God. It's just this Cataclysm never resolves, right? I mean, he might let it resolve if I can't beat him. Yeah, I think I just have to float everything. This card gets countered. Yep. There's another 3-drop flash creature. There are 2-drop flash creatures in this deck, right? I'm pretty sure they were there. Would have been nice to draw land there also, but okay. It's fine. There's one. Didn't fetch first. No value. Problem is also that we're now behind enough on board where, like, if we had hit this Ghost Vacuum like a turn or two ago, we might have had that path forward of just, like, get back your Solitude and my Extraction Specialist or something and just kind of, like, win that way, but now we're kind of fucked. Kind of didn't want to draw that. That might actually be my best 1-drop. Oh no, that's not true. We can technically lethal here, assuming his hand has literal nothing, right? I think we just... Wait, is this lethal through lifelink? Oh! Oh, I can't believe that actually worked. Holy shit. Alright, well, he might have gotten a little bit too aggressive, but I think if we had Cloud that game, it's also very different. We had the Mana Tithe back potentially if there was like a Cryptic Command level something, but I'm surprised that worked out the way it did, but holy shit, the only counter, like having to reprieve into the No More Lies just to stop the portable hole, and then we drew the Shadow Spear. Alright, that was actually fantastic. What a game 1 to win. You gotta play to your outs. I was ready to pick it up there, but gotta hope your opponent missteps somewhere along the line, like I did with the Parallax Wave. Can't get rattled by those. You gotta take those in stride. As my opponent says, tilt it. You gotta try to take those in stride. And not tilt because you attacked a little bit too aggressively. Sin's below average, but I think within the bounds of keeping. We have one drop into Cloud into like potentially Enlightened Tutor for Saga is fairly powerful, though you obviously want to hit a lot of land drops in this matchup. Strike Force is really good, not for shooting things, but for just being like a lot of bodies to contest the board. Portable Hole was really fucking terrible last game, but I mean, it worked out. We had it in the opening hand, and it ended up being good at the end, right? Getting through the Reprieve No More Lies, so who knows? We could also potentially pitch it to the March to help answer an Aragorn or something. I think this hand is lower bounds of playable, but similar to our Tasigur matchup previously, it's not really a matchup where you want to mulligan aggressively because it's harder to resolve your cloud consistently to recoup that card disadvantage. Go get him, Benevolent Bodyguard. I think turn 2 is pretty much always going to be Cloud here. Just jam Cloud into the counterspell. I'd say I want to draw a 2-drop, but I really don't. I'd rather just draw more lands, I think. That's a possibility that I could play that and cast the Enlightened Tutor on end step instead. I don't feel great about jamming Cloud into like the world's most clear removal spell of all, or counter spell of all time. I think we can take a brief reprieve here. I think I'm going to let my Enlightened get countered if my opponent wants to do it. Which is maybe ballsy, given that we're maybe not going to hit this land drop, but... Could also maybe E-Tutor for Ancient Den. That's maybe the more... Enlightened Tutor for Ancient Den is maybe the more... smart plan. Oh, that's kind of annoying. We also can't play Cloud unless... Maybe it is Ancient Den now, actually. Obviously, the Saga's really good, but we'd also love to, like, kill this and play Cloud this turn instead. But the fact that he played it for 0 probably means that Cloud's getting answered, but... I think this game kind of just needs to be an Ancient Den game. Can't play Cloud first either. So Cloud still gets hit by the Mana Tithes and Force Spikes. Nice, that just resolved. That's big for us. I think it has to be Skull Clamp. We have a lot of card advantage we need to recoup here. We got a good answer for Aragorn rolled up, so we can't just get like run away that badly. We have a protection for the Cloud. We also we obviously have to get the Skull Clamp through counter magic, which isn't the easiest thing in the world. But we have step 1, which is get the Skull Clamp in our hand, get the Cloud to resolve, right? I think I'm not going to play it this turn. Awkward if he has like a weird flash 3-drop here. I mean, I guess it blocks the Cloud and then I sack the Bodyguard. Yeah. I'm gonna wait. I don't think there's a lot of good in me just jamming the Skull Clamp. Feeling pretty good about getting this Ancient Den given our land situation. I like my land being permanent as much as I like some constructs in this matchup. Constructs with like the state of this game weren't not going to go the distance. For Resto. Yeah, that's fine. Skyclave. I wonder what the target is here. Cloud or Portable Hole? Probably not Portable Hole. I don't think that makes a lot of sense to me. What are we doing in response? Are we flickering the Resto in response to the Skyclave trigger? What's happening? Oh, we are in fact doing that thing. Flickering the Skyclave in response. Alright. Let's see if my opponent pays for Esper Sentinel. Cool. And then let's march. The question is, what do I exile here? I think it's got to be Strike Force. I know it's my favorite card, but this definitely feels like a matchup or like a game state where Oust is going to be really important. Although we are about to draw 4 cards if this works, right? But then we're going to be like behind on the board here. We're going to lose Cloud, draw 4. I don't think we need the Strike Force at that point. I think we'll need the ability to answer Aragorn and contest the board. Cast with additional cost. Target that. Exile Strike Force. Pay 2. XE is currently 3. There's a land. I'll play it. I don't think there's a better land that I could draw except for like exactly Urza's Saga, and there's a chance I draw like a white card that would want to play out, or like 2 single white cards. But is there a real chance of that happening? Pretty low. Let's draw 4. Anthonice is nice. 2 cards in hand. Is this Tech Edge worth it? We are behind the ball on lands. We're behind the board a little bit, but we're sitting with 2 removal spells in hand. Tech Edge could definitely help against, like, Aragorn plus hold up 2 mana. The Jite doesn't do a ton. I mean, taking myself down on mana does kind of suck in its own right. But I really don't want to get, like, I think this is a good jam Aragorn turn for the opponent, so I think I'd want to make that as painful as possible for him. I shouldn't F6. What the hell am I doing? I have a Benevolent Bodyguard in play. Yep. Jam Aragorn. The awkward thing is that my attacks are pretty bad. I guess they're okay. I could just oust Aragorn onto nice Resto, attack both into Wan Tong. And then maybe I trade for the Esper Sentinel, but then I winning the board and have the Monarchy, right? No land is good. Means that the amount of potential interaction here is much lower. So I don't really want this Resto coming back, so I'm going to Anthonize it. It's obviously a little bit more dangerous, but Seems like a card I'm not super excited for my opponent to draw. So let's host this. It's on thin ice here. Let's attack with both creatures. I think no blocks is probably the best decision, yeah. Makes sense. So we can continue to try to trade Monarchy back and forth. But then we can play this GT now, I guess. And now we can... I guess if I played the GT last turn... Well, he would have had 1 mana up, so I would have been a little bit more scared. But if I'd played the GT, I could have used that 2 mana to equip with the GT and threaten the Wan Tong potentially. Good thing to keep in mind in these game states that slowly become more and more about Monarchy is like your critical Cloud haste points, where like how much does it cost to get your Cloud into play and equip it and like play tutor up skateboard and equip and attack. Obviously the answer is like usually +2 of however much it costs. And we don't really want to play Cloud as long as the Wan Tong's in play. Let's see what the opponent has here. Nothing yet. I think we're going to equip GT to Esper Sentinel send both. And if he blocks the bodyguard, just obviously just let damage happen. Maybe this is worse. No, this is worse than playing Cloud. Because again, don't really want to cast Cloud into the Wan Tong. So if there's a flash creature, it becomes kind of a problem if it's a different color than Wan Tong. A lot of the flash creatures are blue, but there are a couple of the white ones. But even then, it's not the end of the world, because we can still contest the board pretty well with a GT trigger. And being able to play this Glimmer Lens out. This might just be like block Esper Sentinel plus cast a removal spell on Bodyguard. Night Nurse for value. Yeah, there's the semi-problematic flash creature that is in blue. And just declare blocks on both things, but then we hopefully get more spells. And Snapcaster Mage Ephemerate? Jeez. That's pretty nasty. Oh, Snapcaster Mage Ephemerate means that like I don't get the GTA counters either. Means he just gets to kill my Benevolent Liger. Oh, this is like a pretty nasty blowout, huh? I don't really know how I'm gonna win here. Maybe my Esper Sentinel trigger draws me Mana Tithe. Yeah, welcome to Wan Tong because it's the card that you want to stick around the most, I think. I think you put the Night Nurse on the Bodyguard. I think I'm going to let damage happen right now. Although then they can ephemerate the Night Nurse and get one of these back. But then yeah, then I have GJ counters though, and I can play out the Glimmer Lens, and I can hope to contest like that. I think because if I sack here, they're just going to ephemerate this, and then I'm like still fucked. I'm going to pass priority. Yeah, there's the ephemerate on the Wan Tong. And I don't have to sack, and I can at least kill the thing, right? That's not a Mana Tithe. Bit behind the ball now, especially with land drop, jam, big Aragorn at like the very least. But yeah, oust my rebel token. 3 other cards in hand plus a monarch card to answer the Esper Sentinel. We are at that cloud skateboard flashpoint, notably. Although there's a Wanchitong in play again, so it's worse, but it might just be necessary in this position, huh? How does Felia get in my hand? Oh, they let the oust happen. Or they let the Esper Sentinel trigger happen. That's surely only means good things for me, right? Yeah, I think I just have to not care. I think this probably just gets countered anyway. Yeah. What is he holding up that he's just like letting me draw all these cards, though? It's kind of weird. I think it's not going to matter, but yeah. Oh, shoot. That's value. Not that I really could have done. I guess I could have said no, right? Yeah, I probably should have said no. I think my mana is not of huge import, but I don't know. Casting Cloud over and over again definitely has some upsides. But I think we're pretty out of this game. But I said that about the game 1, so we'll keep playing. Send your guys. I imagine versus, 4 cards in hand that my Felia is not going to resolve, and then my follow-up Cloud's also not going to resolve. What we got? Like a Witch Enchanter? Is this an X spell? No? Prismatic Ending on Thin Ice. Get back Resto, fetch Foothills, Blink Night Nurse. Oh no. Why do we float white, white, blue though? So it's not Prismatic Ending. Well, I mean, Prismatic Ending would just be 1 mana anyway. White plus X, it looks like. What am I not thinking of? Wrath of the Skies for 1. Oh, that's another thing that blows up my on Thin Ice, but just also my Skull Clamp, so it's just worse for me than the Pending. Fair enough. I was right about the get back my Resto, flicker my Night Nurse. Oh, and my Ancient. Oh no, my Ancient Den! Fuck, I can't cast Philia. Alright. I don't. We were gonna win this game anyway, but now I'm tilted. Even though, like, it almost assuredly didn't matter. The Philia wasn't gonna get me out of that one. I did not think about the interaction between Ancient Den and Wrath of the Skies, which is something that comes up in Legacy. Also punishing me for my, like, my mental game of just always tapping my basics, just like Winter Moon pilled. Alright. This hand is very good, but it does not have a 1-drop that isn't, like, something to, like, accelerate the state of the game in some way. Notably, the Skull Clamp getting under counter magic is really good. It does expose it to some stuff, but I think this hand really easily just goes like Skull Clamp, Cloud for something, Saga, Spellbinder, stuff like that. And Skull Clamp goes under a lot of counter magic and applies a lot of pressure to this game unless answered, and a lot of the answers are more expensive or at, sorcery speed, giving me potential windows to cast my spells past counters. If we had a good 2 that wasn't Cloud in hand, this might be a game where we wanted to, like, if we had like Tithe Taker to slam on 2 here, it might have been a game where we want to do that. Saga, Tithe Taker, go, and just try to, like, do insane Saga beats, but This one only casts Mana Tithe, notably. Let's see if he has it. Alright, well. Fair enough. Alright, still fine. Not a lot my hand was doing to play around that one. The next question is going to be if we actually, like, the timing on our Urza Saga here. And I think, given his land situation especially, I want a Saga and just apply maximum pressure right now, rather than, like, maybe try to use my mana a little bit more efficiently, cast Recruiter, Skull Clamp it, stuff like that. I think I just want to, like, slam my foot on the gas pedal here. Does he have follow-up 1-mana counter? No, that's good for me. Okay, that's fine. Mental Misstep. Mental Misstep hits Oust. Aven Interrupter isn't that big a deal right now. Huh. It's also look kind of awkward. I almost want to just take this Aven Interrupter because his hand doesn't do anything. I guess this thing kills a Saga token, but kind of whatever. But then what happens if he rips, if I take the Aven Interrupter and then he like rips land 4, slam Aragorn with Mental Misstep / Force Negation back up, then I guess I just like recruit Solitude and Solitude it, right? And that's just completely fine. Maybe we do eat this Aven Interrupter just so he plays to the board much, much slower as we develop. Although then it's a really good window to resolve like a creature spell next turn, rather than he holds up Aven Interrupter, it does nothing, and I... No, I think it is. I think it is the Interrupter here. Because we're not actually like we're not thought seizing the card, right? Like the ability for him to hold up a mental misstep or a force negation isn't. It's like just 2 mana, whereas this thing is just 5 full mana to cast at all times. So it's just like a huge mana commitment, and he can't soul partition a construct right now, so he has to commit mana next turn instead. Yeah, mana base is online, notably. Found the fetch land for the red source. Harker wastes down. As we know, 3 of the 4 cards in his hand. The card that he kept on top is the unknown from the Surveil. I just don't even know if I want to get... I think this is just not a skateboard game. Question is, what type of game is it if it's not a skateboard game? Is it a drum game? I just want more mana, maybe? I could drum into Recruiter, notably, right? Get drum, play my land, cast Recruiter. That seems pretty good here, knowing that my opponent's hand is like Force, Soul Partition, Mental Misstep, Unknown. I think I'm going to attack first. Yep. I think this just has to get Solitude if it resolves. That's a beating. That's a really big beating, because now we're in danger of getting Aragorn all of a sudden. That's tough. Keep Force Spike on top. It's kind of a little bit deranged behavior, I feel, in that specific game state. Yeah. We draw Tithe Taker is insane here. Voice of Victory. We can at least just kill this Aragorn in combat using the Ademi and the Skull Clamp, notably. Or just the Skull Clamp, honestly. I might just Skull Clamp draw 2 instead. Let's see how this pans out here. He might Force of Negation pitch Mental Misstep on my sort of Fire and Ice if I cast it. That seems like it could go really wrong, though, if he doesn't counter it. But he just has to counter it, right? He has to Force Negation that, because if I just play land, I just get to Construct holding a sword and, like, just beat him to death. I think he just has to counter sort of Fire and Ice with Force of Negation, and maybe has to pitch the Mental Misstep. I guess if he draws a different blue card and keeps the Mental Misstep, then I get punished, too. Oh, God. It's a good thing he's tanking here. So I have more time to just, like, think about this line. Maybe we'll just draw, like, second removal spell, and it'll be super safe. Ooh, that doesn't do it, because he's got 2 fucking different answers! Oh, he's got 2 different answers to the oust. If I name Force Negation, he just Mental Missteps it. If I name Mental Misstep, he Force Negations at pitching the Mental Misstep. That's so rough. Kind of wish I'd taken one of these now, huh? I think he counters it. I think he Forces Negations this sort of Fire and Ice, though. And if he has something else that isn't the mental to pitch the Mental Misstep, then I just Sorcery Speed the Ademi so it doesn't get Aven interrupted, and then we can still contest over the board. He just let it resolve. How did he just let that resolve? That's psychotic, man. That's so insane to me that he lets that resolve. You could have countered it. I think with this sword in play, we might still be okay, depending on what he finds after this. I think we just have to cast a Demi Sorcery Speed and say go and see how this game breaks. Maybe I overthought that? I just feel like you always Force Negation that sword there. Just, like, take 8 damage, let your opponent draw a card, take the and, like, contest the Monarchy again. Seems like such a bad deal for you when you have the Force of Negation in hand. Three cards, only one unknown. Oh, no, the Soul Purchase is gone, actually. 2 unknowns. I think we Anointed Peacekeeper to start here. If it gets... What happens when it just gets Aven interrupted, though? Then I just equip the sword. No, I only have 5 mana. I can't equip the sword and jump the Ademi. Maybe I attack first. Sword on Construct. Jump Ademi, attack both. See how that goes. I actually don't even think I jump Ademi here. If he goes to blocks, he's not blocking the Construct with the Aven Interrupter. He's got 3 unknowns plus the Aven Interrupter. If he just goes to blocks and blocks with Aragorn, I can just let combat damage happen and then shoot the Aragorn with a sort of Fire and Ice. If he does something, you know, before damage, then I just sack the Ademi to protect the Construct anyway. Maybe should have even just clamped Ademi instead of jumping it. Erode. Is this into second removal spell? Is it better if I jump or let this die? It's the same thing, right? So it's better to keep my like better creature alive. I definitely should have clamped this Ademi. What am I doing? This is just like second removal spell, other unknown. Kill you. Nope. Yes. Nope. Maybe. Nope. Yes. Oh, it has hexproof and indestructible. Oh, block it with a white creature. Sure. Gonna oust this just because I need the mental missive out of the hand at some point for mana efficiency's sake. God, I'm just so blown away that he didn't like snap off force negation. Maybe that was just dumb. If he was just sitting on like unknowns being like exactly a road, maybe he's just like, okay, I'll take it, attack, and then kill the construct or something. But if I just like have a second creature, I just get a bunch more value. I don't know. Nothing I can do about that. Step pays the life. That can't be right. Oh, you're playing around Manitize. Never mind. I guess that's fine. That's definitely right. And now we get cock blocked by Aven Interrupter. If we draw land, we can do haste stuff, but no, then the Aven Interrupter just counters the cloud anyway. So we just want to go to combat first. Only has 2 cards in hand, 3 after the force draw, or after the draw step here. Sure. Alright, well. Let's draw a 2 Sarase Strike Force to beat this Parallax Wave. If he taps low, we could like Cloud Skateboard and then like Peacekeeper the Parallax Wave. Yeah, I think this game is fucking over, man. Parallax Wave is so nasty. And we have Counterspell as other unknown. Alright, well. Them's the breaks, huh? This is a tough game to lose. I really don't know if I overthought that sort of Fire and Ice. I really thought it was just gonna get like Snap Force and Negation, but it was maybe just like too risky. If I just like Skull Clamp attack instead and like force the block or like the no blocks, I take Monarchy and can develop my mana in other ways rather than having sitting here with this like dead sort of Fire and Ice in play. I mean, also the Parallax Wave follow up though too is like I was feeling genuinely pretty stabilized with like the big construct holding the sword even, and it's like okay, they answer that, we still have Peacekeeper back, and then Parallax Wave sometimes gets you. You can't really cast anything into Interrupter here. If we draw another spell to cast with it, then it's more worthwhile. Static Prison the Sword. Skull Clamp, sure. I don't think that matters. You just let this resolve, doesn't do anything. Even Interrupter this, you just want to get your value while you can. Yeah, Gonjo, last card other than the Force of Negation, huh? That's not how that works. Costs you an extra 2 mana. Not that it matters. Pro white and blue aren't gonna cut it here. Does Strike Force potentially dig me out? I don't think so. I'm gonna take too much damage here, right? I'm gonna be at 5, staring down 2 lethal creatures. I don't think we have any outs. I guess like just, but then he's got Force Negation back, so I can draw a removal spell. Solitude, maybe? Solitude is maybe an out. Gauntlet means I'm not dead. I mean, I'm gonna cast this, I guess, because it's free to. Oh, and he has an Iganjo too. And a Restoration Angel. Come on, alright. Jeez. His draw steps have been so devastating here. If we could, like, pick off this... Oh, cool. You get to equip this. I don't think it matters, but... Why did you even keep the 1 energy? I guess, like, Wrath of the Skies. Probably doesn't matter with you have 500 lands. Plays the Iganjo. Huge for me. Doesn't matter which one I hit here because the Restoration Angel can just save it, so I just take out the card that deals me more damage. And then we top deck... just lets it die. Just wants to recast it instead. Kind of the same thing. It was one of the reasons I was thinking about, before I saw the Resto Angel, I was thinking about maybe actually killing the Aven Interrupter instead. And trying to, like, block the Aragorn. I just know. Wait, we still have a play here. If he just casts Aragorn again. Sure. Well, draw. No, because then he has Resto here, yeah. If we'd not drawn 2 basic planes there afterwards, huh? Jesus. It was literally Wrath of the Skies on the Static Prison into, like, perfect cast Restoration Angel. We could, like, live a turn and take Monarchy with Cloud. We could have a removal spell here. Oh no, Cloud costs 6, never mind. JK. It's the 3rd cast. Just kill me, man. What are we playing around by washing that away? Whatever. I think we're on a 0-outer now with Force of Negation in hand. Force of Negation Resto up. And I'm at 3 life. I guess Solitude still play. Alright. I'm done playing outs. Now I'm tilted after that game 1. Jeez. Alright. Gotta recoup before we chat about it. Gotta maintain normal mind state here. Take a deep breath. Drop my water bottle. All right, so I really have to know what was going on with the Force of Negation sort of Fire and Ice turn, because I thought that was like the critical point of match 3 or game 3 here, and I really thought
Yeah.
that was a good bluff where like I threaten land drop equip construct attack through the Aragorn, and then that gets the fire that gets the Force Negation and the mental misstep out of your hand.
So okay, the quick thought process that I had there was I can't give up force to this. I can't give up mental misstep to do force and give the 2-for-1 here. And I'm 99% sure I had a road in my hand
Okay,
during that.
I saw the erode like a couple turns later, so yeah, that makes
Yeah.
some sense.
So like I was like, okay, and then and then I top decked in going into my next turn, Kutzel flanker. I was able to hit you for 4 and then go like, okay, I can wait for a road. And because you had Spider-Man out that turn too, and maybe in retrospect I should have a road at sorcery speed, but that gives you an extra card and all that. So I was like, okay, well if I wait to erode it, he goes to Spider-Man, he saves it, and then I block with Kutzel flanker. He doesn't get the extra land, and I save my Monarch, and it doesn't do anything. And then the next, when I Kutzel flanker, I got lucky enough to scry into Parallax. Yeah, so I was like, easy money.
Yeah.
All right, cool. We'll just sometimes you just draw good. I
think I dug myself into a hole with like a really cute line. So I was sitting there going into that turn. I was like sitting there with Oust in hand, trying to figure out how to like get this Aragorn off the battlefield. And then I tunnel visioned on the like, okay, if I play Sword of Fire and Ice, I think he feels really incentivized to just like force negation, pitch the mental misstep, and then I can like because I threaten play land, equip attack, whatever. Not really thinking about the downside of like what happens if he doesn't call this bluff, or if he calls my bluff and just doesn't cast this force negation. I waste a bunch of my turn. I don't have the ability to like attack, pressure the monarchy, and progress my board state more. I also didn't think about the like range of possible reasons that you would be able to call my bluff. So I thought about like if he has another blue card as the unknown, I could get owned. But I did not also consider like any white removal spell is like also like, okay, whatever. He can draw 2 cards. He can draw the card off the sword trigger, draw the card off monarchy, whatever. I'm gonna untap, I'm gonna kill his only creature, and then I'm gonna like just maintain control that way and continue to hold force and mental misstep for things that remove my Aragorn, because it's like the only things that really matter at that point. So that's
right.
I think in retrospect the play was just like put Skull Clamp on construct, attacked into the Aragorn. You probably don't block, and we can like exchange monarchy for a little bit, and then I can at least develop more of my board state.
Probably,
and then
yeah.
I might still end up dying to the Parallax Wave down the road, but I think that's the better play. I think there were too many reasons for you to be able to call my bluff for it to be a good play, and I think I tunnel visioned on it too hard.
Yeah, I also hate card, so you know.
just banking on your blind fury at the card to just like get it off the screen, send it to exile.
Honestly, in paper, you might have got me. In paper, you might have just pissed me off enough, and I would have been like, "Yep, I'm done. I'm not letting that resolve." So I really think 80% of people probably do actually see that and go, "Okay, I can't let this resolve." But I'm just stupid enough not to fall for it. So worked out.
Maybe genius enough. Who could say? Fine line between genius and stupidity. But then, like, there were so many sequences that I could have like. It's a tough match. Aragorn's just like a really hard deck to navigate, and I think the Cloud Aragorn matchups are always going to be hard. When people ask me a lot, like, oh, what are your like equipment lines? What are your main tutors with Cloud against X or Y matchup? And usually it's like pretty straightforward. But against Aragorn, it's like you just have to be thinking on your feet all the time. It's really versatile what you want to be going for. And
yeah, I can slide in and out of tempo into control. Like I felt like against Cloud, I just need to play control. Yeah, I just need to sit back and just be able to go, nope. Okay, here we go.
That's generally how the matches play. You just like control the board until you can just like win with like the monarchy end game.
All right, so I got to build Aragorn and bring it to Pennsylvania, I guess.
I mean, it's been the best deck for like what 3 years or whatever for a reason, right? It's poised to probably be one of the best decks in the format again. It fell off pretty hard with 2099, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Aragorn numbers rocket back up to the top.
You know, if it can win me a dual lands, might be worth.
But God, that game 3 took so much of my mental energy. I'm trying to like remember how the first 2 games went and what happened.
The first game, I think what got me is I made some very critical errors.
I
I think.
recall you shouting "tilted" in the chat. I thought that was just about the attack, the getting aggressive on the attacks.
Yeah, you would think so, right? But so in that game, I scried with Kutzel Flanker, which Kutzel Flanker kind of underrated.
It's fucking me up.
I saw Dress Down and a land, I think, and then you had Urza Saga, and I was like, I need a removal spell. And this is why I know I'm not a genius. I'm really an idiot. Like, should have just gone like, okay, like you know what it was? You know what it was though? You put me on tilt from the very beginning because you won
the 5th die roll in a row. That's true.
5 dice rolls, and I can't win one of them. I can't win, and neither could a dual cast NTG. Like we can't go first one time.
Listen,
like,
I have to take some recompense in my 2-3 that I won 5 die rolls in a row.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's good enough. And then the Keeley at the beginning of the game. Oh my gosh, I was like so annoyed and mentally I was like, all right, so I guess
didn't do that much. He drew me a card off the skateboard, but it wasn't that good.
He drew off the skateboard. He made skateboard be able to equip right away and be able to just like threatening anything you play to be an instant problem was an issue.
If I rip like Sword of Fire and Ice or something, it just goes crazy.
And then I had the Solitude Tithe Taker. Mm-hmm. I'm rewatching the match while we talk, so you know. And then the tilted thing was seriously like I saw Dress Down. I realized I didn't realize Urza Saga, and then I passed out on Dress Down when I could have just
tunnel visioning on. I need to control the board. I need removal spells. This Dress Down's good against like Recruiter of the Guards and stuff, and then be like, oh yeah, it's also extremely good against Urza Saga. That definitely could have been a very different game if I had gotten Dress Down. Certainly.
Yeah, but and then game 2, I was able to just run away with it with just nonsense, and then the game 2 was Parallax Wave and Tails End, wasn't it? Or was that
game 1?
Oh, okay. Well,
game 1 that I was kicking myself for. I should have put Cloud back in the command zone. I think just getting back 2 creatures was good enough. And my brain was on Containment Priest, and I was like, oh yeah, if he has Containment Priest, then I just get the Cloud in the command zone anyway, I guess, and that's fine.
Yeah.
I didn't think about the stifles in that situation, but I should have just put Cloud in the command zone, because then there was a window where like I had 6 mana after on like the stifle turn. I was like, okay, I could have like played Cloud and contested the board, but it worked out because I got to win the game. Anyway, so
win the game with constructs and make
learn from your mistakes, even if you still win the game despite them.
Yeah, certainly. For sure. Absolutely. Well, this has been fun, and see what decks I can pull out for my gauntlet.
Yeah. So stay tuned. Go ahead and watch. Tune into Duelcast MTG, Duelcom US. Their gauntlets will be coming out hopefully sometime in the coming weeks after you're seeing this one. So I'm gonna hop off this chat and do a little bit of last chatting here at the end of the video.
Alrighty.
All right.
Adios.
So that's gonna wrap up the first Duel Commander Gauntlet here. Cloud with a powerful 2 and 3 after like 3 straight 5-0s on in random MTGO leagues. That's part of the reason that you want to like sit down, and if you really want to do dedicated testing like this, it definitely helps a lot more to play against more seasoned players and not just like jam mindlessly into the nth league. That is to say, I think it was like we obviously like one match against every deck is a little bit high variance in terms of result. I think we won the 2 matches that I think are the worst matchups of the 5. I think Quintorius and Tasigur are the only matchups I would put like sub 50% across that board, but was learning a lot, seeing a lot of like interesting things develop, playing against some experienced players, learning a lot about my own deck, and trying to make some last cuts. These next couple of weeks are definitely going to be like trying to nail down what are my weakest cards and if I want to like sub in some other stuff instead of them. So hopefully everyone enjoyed this. Like I said at the start of the video, if you're still here for some reason, thank you for watching to the end of this video. But comment down below, subscribe to my channel as well as Duelcast MTG, Duelcom US. Leave a like and tell me, like, if you want to see Cloud run another gauntlet, if you want to see, like, a dedicated, grudge match, Cloud versus Aragorn, best of, 5 matches, stuff like that. If you want to see, Quintorius through a gauntlet, some other stuff, see Cloud play against some, different decks in the same style, please let me know. This is the first time I've been trying this, this video format, so I hope that people enjoy it. But until next time, thanks for watching.